Chapter 1474. Humph, what a bluff. Have you detected the movements of the other armies nearby? Not yet, my lord. Any news from Sir Sar and Sir Cade, who attacked Fort Menta? Not very good, my lord. The attack has been thwarted. What's wrong? Duke Grinoelson's expression turned cold. According to Sir Sar, the opponents are very experienced and have a strong sense of resistance. They are fighting the two knights' armies in every street, and their progress is very slow. Moreover, the opponents have the help of the witches, and they can often take back the line of defense that we have already taken. Nonsense, a middle-aged noble beside Duke Grinois said coldly before the Duke could speak. Count Tonigil's most elite White Lion guards and the cavemen have not left Abes. The ones left in Menta are only the local patrolling cavalry and guards. There is no experienced army. Humph, these selfish fellows only want to preserve their own strength. Upon hearing these words, Grand Duke Grinois couldn't help but frown. Although he agreed with this statement, Sar and Sir Cade were his men, after all, and it was not Sar's turn to speak. He was just a despicable man who usurped his brother's position. If they did not have a common enemy, he would not even bother to associate with such people. The rumors about Yenbao also made Duke Grinois fearful. He could not help but look back at the knight. His eyes fell on the knight's neck and cheeks, which were covered with silver and purple stripes. There were even pieces of fine crystal growing in some places. Duke Grinois shuddered and took a step aside in disgust. What about the Buga wizards? The Duke asked, trying hard to calm his disgust. Are they not as good as the Tonigil witches? No. The knight was slightly hesitant. The Bugas seem to have lost a very high-ranking person. They are furious about it and are trying to find the murderer. Oh. Duke Grinois was taken aback. He did not expect that there would be someone among the Tonigil who could kill a silver person. He could not help but be alarmed. He was glad that he did not get too close to the front lines. However, this also made the Duke frown. The strength of the Tonigil people was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that with the support of the Bugas, they should be able to easily take down their opponents, but whether it was in Randner or Lantern Island, the attacks of the nobles were a slap to everyone's face. Lantern Island was now a swamp that trapped the Grey Mage and all for one, not to mention that Randner's White Lion guards were still stubbornly resisting, and the Count's deputy had yet to be captured. Even though Duke Grinois did not say it out loud, he could vaguely sense that the Bugas behind him were becoming more and more restless with each passing day. He did not understand why, but the early start of the war against Trentheim was proof of it. This war should have only started after Randner and Lantern Island's plan was fully implemented. When he thought of the Tonigil fleet that was said to have fought against the Empire, the elite White Lion guards, and the subterranean dwellers, he could not help but feel an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. This was the reason for his gloomy expression. Duke Grinois could only hope that All for One's plan would succeed. Our soldiers saw that it was Lady Maynard who killed the wizard. Her? Duke Grinois quickly asked, did the Buga's wizard catch her? The knight shook his head. Why, did she run away? Duke Grinois was disappointed. No, according to the soldier's description, the lady seemed to have died in the battle, but our people did not retrieve her body. What? At this time, Count Yenbao could not help but interrupt him in surprise. Can you really prove that she's dead? Although Duke Grinois was dissatisfied with the second interruption, the news still cheered him up. The female knight Maynard should be the person with the highest position in Abes from the royal family of Covardo. If she died, the Abes would be without a leader, and the following war could be decided in one fell swoop. Should be, the knight replied, we should have been able to retrieve her body, but there was a sudden change in the battlefield. Our soldiers were attacked by a druid and were forced to retreat. A druid? It seems to be the centaur warrior that Lord Makarov described in the Loop of Trade Winds, but it's a female. She can use some strange abilities to trap our attack. She seems to have a companion who can summon the animal companions of the druids to attack us. How can there be a female centaur, you idiot? Duke Grinois replied with a frown. I know, it's a banshee. But I've never heard of a banshee in the forest becoming a druid. Does she really have an animal companion? No, my lord, those beasts were summoned by another person, the knight replied. Our soldiers saw it with their own eyes. She was also a woman, and she could command thousands of wolves to fight with us. Those seemed to be male wolves from the Black Forest. Male wolves? Duke Grenoires frowned. Count Yenbao didn't seem to care. Don't worry, my lord. That count has some druid allies who also appeared in the Battle of Ampere-Seal. But didn't Lord Makarov tell us that those druids aren't the servants of Count Tonajul? If things didn't work out, they wouldn't risk their lives to fight us. After all, the Black Forest is their homeland, and that land is worthless to us. We don't have any conflicts of interest. He spread his hands. This is great news. With Maynard dead, the Tonajul people collapsed without a fight. Their lord isn't here, and the Covardo royal family, which they are loyal to, can't even protect themselves. Now that the last remaining noble has died on the battlefield, we just have to announce this news and this war will end. Is that so? Duke Grenoires glanced at the disgusting man and replied, let's hope it's as you wish. Even though Duke Grenoires said so, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. It was not because he was worried that Trenthium's fleet would suddenly appear on the battlefield. Maynard's death meant that all for one's arrangement had taken effect, and Trentheim could no longer organize an effective attack. But there was a problem. Did they intentionally ignore another problem? The name that had been forgotten by everyone in the kingdom for a long time. He might have gone missing in the Cruz Empire, but was he really dead? Maybe it can't be that coincidental. The Duke couldn't help but shiver when he thought of this. It had been snowing for half a day, and there was no sign of it stopping. The forest on both sides of the river was mottled with white. The crown of the pine forest was covered with snow, and the river was still flowing. Occasionally, ice floes in the upper reaches of the river flowed down the river, mixed with dead branches and fallen leaves that were crushed by the snow, swirling through the middle of the river. Count, let me go to the front line with Roland. Since those treacherous bastards have already reached Tonajul, let us fight them to the death. With you here, we will definitely win. I will teach them a lesson. Young Montolo waved his fist and said. Behind the young man, Heinf and Claudia held hands and stood side by side. Young Montolo didn't find this strange. He didn't think that his father would agree to his elder brother's marriage, but according to his elder brother's temperament, even if he opposed it, it would be meaningless. He knew his elder brother's temperament very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a bad reputation among the nobles. He knew in his heart that his elder brother's brain was much stronger than his own. It was just that he didn't care about the nobles' appearances and swordsmanship. He had a wide range of friends, and was more of a knight than a noble. But perhaps this was even better, as he would be the one to revive the Montolo family. Being loyal to the most outstanding lord of the kingdom, and as a true knight, reclaiming glory from the battlefield, bringing glory to the family, and reviving the Montolo family. This was the life he wanted. Brando glanced at the young men, Scarlet beside him, and Albert and the others of the Grey Wolves mercenaries standing not far away. Roland lowered his head slightly. Young Montolo's words made him feel uncomfortable. After all, before he made this decision, he had a lot of hesitation in his heart. After all, he used to be a part of the nobles' lineup. Although he took the sword from Brando's hands, after he calmed down, he had to carefully consider his position. Should he stand with his father and family? Or follow his heart's desire? But after a moment of hesitation, he still made a decision. Perhaps it was because of the passion in his heart that had not been extinguished, or because of a more rational and wise choice. But no matter what, after taking this step, he couldn't back down anymore. As for his father and family's position, Roland thought very clearly. Count Tonajul had no reason to lie to him. The Bugaz were not telling the truth. They were just using the nobles of Erewhon. This early war showed a lot of problems. Although the nobles of Erewhon were now tied to the Bugaz chariot, the problem was that the Bugaz could leave at any time. It would be good if the rebellion succeeded, but if it failed, then the nobles of Erewhon would not be able to bear the burden. Chapter 1475. Roland could almost see what would happen if the nobles failed. How dare the Bugas murder Levin? He did not know if the nobles already knew about this, but no matter what, the outcome of this war would not end well. Duke Grenoires, who would bear the brunt of it, would no longer be able to enjoy the immunity of nobles. His fate might be even worse than a Rex. In order to leave a way out for his father and family, Roland could only hope that his choice was correct enough. But for some reason, he did not have too many doubts in his heart. He actually had a faint blind confidence in the victory of this war. Perhaps anyone who had witnessed the battle in the square of Abes would have such a kind of trust. Is this a joint decision of both of you? My lord, the rise and fall of the Montolo family and the Corvado royal family are intertwined. My brother is your knight, but I am a subject of the royal family. Even if you object, I, Claudia, will still rush to Menta from here. It's not a long journey. Hainf held his lover's hand and replied. Brando nodded. Compared to little Montolo, he actually admired this young man more. He had ideals and beliefs in his heart, and it was commendable that he was very clear-headed and understood what Erewhon needed. A new kingdom was built by ideals, but what maintained its existence was still new interests. He glanced at Roland again. My lord, I have already thought about it, Roland replied. I only hope that you can forgive my father. The one who can forgive your father is not me, but himself. If he did not make too big of a mistake, he would not have received such a groundless punishment. Brando replied, but everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Even Duke Grenoires is no exception. Roland understood the meaning of this sentence and nodded silently. Brando turned around and said to Uriel, who was not far away, Tonagel has now entered a state of war. You will lead these people to Valhalla. I authorize you and Scarlet to mobilize Valhalla's army. Julian nodded. Ever since Carglass was promoted to the position of vice-commander of the White Lion Guards, the former knight captain had taken over Carglass's original role, assisting Yuta in the defense of Abes and training the new recruits with Kodan. Originally, he should have taken a lot of responsibility for the attack on Yuta. Fortunately, the Lord didn't blame him and instead gave him an even more important task, which made him feel flattered. However, he also understood that this was the time when the territory was in dire need of manpower. The critical situation was comparable to the First Tonagel War. If he couldn't earn an eye-catching performance in the upcoming battle to make up for his mistakes, he was afraid that his future would come to an end. Thinking of this, Julian couldn't help but feel his blood boil as he replied, My lord, leave it to me and Miss Scarlet. But what about the defense of Abes? Lady Yuta is still unconscious, should we leave it to Cornelius? Brando shook his head. I'm afraid Cornelius doesn't have a clue about the defense of Abes. I've already ordered Vern, who was stationed in Schaflund, to return to Abes. As for the defense of Schaflund, leave it to Kodan for the time being. My lord, then you. It's faster for me to go to Maxon alone. Julian was stunned. Although the journey from Gar's ferry to Maxon was short, it would take at least a few hours. Wouldn't it be much more efficient to return to Valhalla and use the airship to teleport? Although the airship fleet had to protect the safety of Valhalla and couldn't be fully mobilized, it wouldn't be a problem to mobilize a sub-fleet. In his memory, although his lord had the strength of an elemental awakened, even an elemental awakened powerhouse wouldn't be as efficient as an ordinary person. They couldn't possibly run all the way, and even if they did, they would only be slightly faster than the horses used to deliver messages. Do you need horses, my lord? Julian hurriedly asked. Gar's ferry should have some spare warhorses. Brando shook his head and made a gesture, interrupting Julian's words. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Heavens, it really is you, my lord. Monique's voice trembled with joy. You're finally back. What's wrong? Did something happen, Monica? Brando frowned. He didn't expect Valhalla's telepathy to have expanded to such a large range. When he left Tonagel, he could only sense Monique's telepathy within the range of the world tree's trunk. However, he could faintly hear a trace of anxiety in Monique's surprised tone. It's like this, my lord. I took the initiative to mobilize Valhalla's mana pool to expand the range of my telepathy. I originally wanted to inform Lady Yuta and the cave dweller leader Tajiv, speak slowly, Brando saw that Monique's tone was hurried and had a tendency to be long-winded, so he quickly interrupted her. Get to the point. Something happened to Lady Maynard. As she spoke, the light spirit, Monica, told him about the life gemstone in an urgent tone. Brando's heart tightened. He already knew that something might have happened to Paris in the north, so even though he rushed here without stopping after settling the matter in Abes, he didn't expect that he would still be a step too late. Brando also knew that the main personality in Maynard's body was Bai Jia. With her skills and calmness, if something happened to her, it definitely wouldn't be a small matter. He couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought of this. He didn't have time to ask about the princess and Freya, and hurriedly spoke in his mind. Monique, listen carefully. Since you can contact this side, can you immediately send a fleet from Valhalla to Menta? I'm afraid I can't, my lord. Why? Monique's voice was a little hesitant. Tamar and I have used up all of Valhalla's mana. I'm afraid that the fleet won't be able to be mobilized in a short period of time. There was still some left, but I used up the last bit. She thought for a moment and hurriedly added in a small voice, This is something that Lady Maynard agreed to. Brando was stunned for a moment before he realized something, and said angrily, Could it be that the world tree is starting to level up again? Why now? Allium Japonicum. Even Lady Maynard allowed you to do as you please? And no, Monique replied incoherently, but it's more or less the same. All right. Brando shook his head, and did not want to continue arguing with her. Moreover, even if he scolded the poor light elf now, it would be useless, and it would only be a waste of time. Monique, let's not talk about this for now. How many troops are there in Valhalla that can be mobilized? My lord, the troops in Valhalla can be mobilized at any time. Other than the White Lion Guards, Lady Maynard did not mobilize any other troops. Monique's voice was obviously more confident when she mentioned this. She thought for a moment, and replied, Actually, there's another problem that I need to report to you, my lord. What is it? Oh, that's why I'm looking for Lady Yuta and the leader of Tajiv. I need authority, my lord. Authority? Yes, you know that I don't have the authority to command Valhalla in battle. I need authority. Brando was stunned. Wait, Monique, don't you have the authority to mobilize the troops in Valhalla at any time? No. Monique shook her head like a rattledrum. I'm talking about commanding Valhalla in battle, not the troops in Valhalla. Commanding Valhalla in battle? Brando suddenly understood what she meant, and said in surprise, Wait, Monique, you're saying that Valhalla itself can be used in battle? But I remember that this isn't an ability that only a level 6 fortress has. Has Valhalla already grown to this level? It's still far from that, my lord. Monique shook her head, but as the world tree, Valhalla is known as a fortress with life. Its specialty is its ability to move. Tamar, Lady Maynard, and I have thought of a way to recreate the world tree's spirit, and at least it can move. Monique paused for a moment. My lord, I can think of a way to communicate with the world tree's spirit and have her move Valhalla to the battlefield, but that requires you or Lady Maynard's authority. After all, you are the master of the world tree. Brando was overjoyed when he heard this, and he immediately said, Of course, Monique, I order you to immediately go to Maxon's territory to provide support. No matter what, you have to ensure Lady Maynard's safety, understood? Monique patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me, my lord. Monique won't let you down. This will be Valhalla's first battle in this world, and I guarantee that everyone will be shocked by it. However, she immediately asked, My lord, do you need to return to Valhalla first? I can bring you along with me. How long do you need to prepare for the teleportation? Brando asked. Less than half an hour. Brando shook his head. There's no need. Some people here will reach Valhalla in half an hour. You can bring them along to the battlefield. He paused for a moment. As for me, I'll only arrive earlier than you, Monique. Impossible. Monique was still in disbelief, but she soon let out a cry of surprise. Ah, Martha above, my lord, your strength. Brando smiled faintly and ignored the little girl. He turned around and looked at the others present. Then, everyone, I'll see you in Maxon. Scarlet opened her mouth slightly, and was about to say something when she suddenly saw her lord rise into the air, turning into a silver light that shot towards Maxon's direction. Gaspard watched this scene with his mouth agape. He knew that elemental realm powerhouses could fly for a short period of time, but no one had ever told him that an elemental realm existence could fly so quickly. Even the legendary fastest creature in the world, the elemental wind dragon of the Mountain of Quelled Storms, probably didn't have such speed. He couldn't help but think as he looked at the silver light. Chapter 1476. Brando flew along the Gars River towards Menta. Beneath his feet was the vast western forest of Schaflund. From the air, the dark forest of late winter mixed with the dazzling white of snow made it seem as if the world was being covered in silver. This forest was not a remote place. In fact, it was the main road that connected Menta, Orda, Paris, and Schaflund to Abes. There were scattered manors and villages in the forest, and the occasional hunter's hut could be seen in the forest. However, most of them were already deserted. The aura of war condensed in the sky above Tonajal. Seeing this scene, Brando's heart was calm. The construction of Abes was the culmination of many people's hard work. Amandina and the Romans spent years to turn this barren land into a prosperous place for business. But compared to the difficulty of construction, destruction often took only a short moment. Erewhon's nobles were not only unable to guide the kingdom forward, but also became the root of its progress. The royal faction in his memory had long since ceased to exist. Her Royal Highness hoped that the people could regain the faith of the late king, but in the end, it was only a bubble. This was not all good. Erewhon had returned to the mortal world, and its heroes had even decided the tragic fate of the kingdom. This experience of starting all over again told him that everything in history was not a coincidence. Everyone involved, including himself, had pushed the course of history, and set it on a path of no return. But he did not feel anger. Or rather, his cold emotion suppressed his anger. What he needed was no longer anger, but a thorough cleansing. He understood that everyone could have done many wrong things, and he was no exception. Neither he nor Princess Griffine could decide all of this. But since the nobles had chosen their own fate, then they must have expected the outcome of failure. At that moment, Brando understood that an era had passed, and the Erewhon he was familiar with would also be gone forever. He had completely unfolded his web of laws, and the power of the sage shrouded the world. It was an aura that was close to that of a god, but it had fused with the origin of this world. This was the power of existence. It was supreme, but it existed everywhere, and no one could detect it. When everyone was searching for the ultimate power, they did not know that they were already in it. That was the power of the entire world. In Brando's eyes, the sky above the forest formed a large net that constantly moved closer to the center. It was no longer made of continuous space, but nodes. When he passed through these nodes, the scene on the ground seemed to automatically shrink from far to near to him. To an outsider, it was a point in the sky that continuously leaped forward, forming a straight silver line, like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading towards Fort Menta. Dad! Dad! Meteor! In the depths of the forest, a young man dressed in wolf skin pointed to the sky and shouted excitedly. Behind him, the middle-aged man with a frown on his face gave him a knock on the head. How can there be a shooting star in broad daylight? Hurry up. But it's real. The youth said, holding his head in grievance. The hunter looked up at the sky. Even in the gloomy snowy sky, the sky above Menta Forest was spotless. There was nothing in the sky. Thick clouds piled up on the horizon, and only palm-sized snowflakes drifted down. He sighed, this cursed weather. Is Lady Martha blind to let the good suffer and the wicked enjoy? I thought Tonajal would have a moment of peace, but these damned nobles want to take away the last hope of us refugees? Those nobles are the most despicable. They only dared to do this when the Count is not around. If the Count comes back, they'll be taught a lesson. The youth said childishly. His father, however, did not care. That was just wishful thinking. The nobles stood high and looked far ahead. If they dared to make a move, then they must have absolute confidence. Perhaps the count was already dead. At the very least, even if the nobles lost, they would only be punished and have to pay for their sins. The king also needed the lords to rule his country. If the princess killed all these people, who would work for her? Would she choose talents from the commoners? How could there be any talents among the commoners? They were illiterate. Even he did not believe that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the nobles, let alone rule this country. The nobles were always in cahoots. What could the count change? He alone could not challenge the entire world of nobles in Erewhon. The older hunter had long passed the age of hot-bloodedness, and there were even some who looked down on the locals of Trentheim. The locals would boast about their lord as if he was a god in order to gain some pitiful vanity. He had seen it many times. In Brugloss, in Ranner, where were the citizens who were not like this? Of course, the count might really have some powerful aspects, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to turn the tide in Ampere Seal. But to say that he could make the Kurlutzians bow their heads and gain the favor of the high and mighty silver folk was a bit too much of an exaggeration. Even Marshal Darius could not do such a thing. How could his descendants do it? Each generation was worse than the last. The nobles fought for nothing more than for the purpose of fighting for power and profit. This time, the nobles banded together to deal with the Count of Tonagel because he stood on the wrong side. He had long heard that the Count was secretly drooling over the Princess Beauty, and could not help but shake his head inwardly. Heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties, but that did not necessarily mean that he was a hero. Even he could see that the Covardo royal family was already on the verge of collapse, and the Count was so stubborn and foolish. He could not help but shake his head, hating himself for being blind and believing the nonsense of his fellow countrymen. He chose to move from Manorville to this place. He should have known that this was a place of trouble and chose to go to the north of Viro. If not for the fact that he was worried that those hateful skeletons would go north. The resentment in his heart turned into physical action. He kicked his half-grown sons butt and scolded him with the authority of a parent. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and leave. If you fall into the hands of those damn rebels, you'll be in for it. Logically speaking, his son should have been obedient after he kicked him like that. But he didn't expect that this time. The youth seemed to have become stupid. He didn't know that his butt had been hit, and he stood there in a daze without moving. What are you standing there for? The elder hunter snapped. Are you waiting for death? Who would have thought that his son would turn a deaf ear and stare straight ahead as if he had lost his soul? The elder hunter grew up in the forest. Although he was more familiar with the forests north of Manorville and Braggs, he had been exposed to the legends of the mountain people since he was young. Naturally, he knew that other than prey in the mountains, there were also some creepy places. In the north of Braggs, the forests there had been developed by the locals for thousands of years. Even the most remote places had hunter huts. Even so, there were still rumors of hunters encountering strange things. Every year, a few people would go missing, let alone in a remote place like Tonagel. He felt his hair stand on end and instinctively reached out to his son, pulling him back by the shoulder as he shouted, "What are you looking at? Get your ass back here." At the same time, he also looked in that direction. With one look, the father and son were stunned on the spot. It was a chaotic scene in the tree hall. The screams of the light spirits rose and fell one after another. Energy conversion to 86. 77. 65. 40. 33. 11%. Warp complete. Rematerializing. Valhalla taking root. Recalculating coordinates. Valhalla, be careful. Monique suddenly screamed. Ah. There was a panicked cry. The Odin stronghold is going to turn incorporeal again. Recalculate the coordinates of the 7th and 8th roots. Rematerialization complete. Mana consumption is over the limit. Warning, the 7th root's mana engine is overheating. The light spirit screamed in panic. That's the prototype that Miss Amandina provided. We're dead if it breaks. We're dead. Run. Shut up, you idiots. Monique was fed up with her brainless companions. That's not what we need to worry about right now. Inject the coolant. she shouted. Coolant injection complete. Temperature dropping. Mana estimated to be depleted in 20 seconds. Countdown commencing. 20, 19, 10, 9. The 8th root has taken root. The 7th root has taken root. Odom Fortress is rematerializing. Cutting off mana output, Valhalla warp complete. Cooldown commencing. Recharge estimated to be completed in 15 minutes. The tall white-clothed girl finished her report in a flat tone, but her face was a little red. It was obvious that the previous dangerous scene was not completely without impact on her. She then closed her eyes to check the status of the fortress. After confirming that there were no errors, she said, "The fortress is in good condition. There are no abnormalities." Monica collapsed in front of the control panel under the crystal tower like a puddle of soft mud. The other light spirits in the hall also let out a sound of relief. Then, they all fell to the ground one after another like drunken flies, as if they had just survived a disaster. Chapter 1477. Are the two of them all right? Sifrid looked at the radiant spirits with a puzzled expression. She blinked her large green eyes and asked in a soft voice, "What are you doing?" "Those two damned bastards." Monique jumped up from the ground and screamed in anger. But she quickly remembered that the radiant spirits were not at fault and returned to the ground. They're not dead yet. It's fortunate that Valhalla reacted quickly, or else the 8th root would have crushed them into dust and become nutrients for Yggdrasil. Sifrid was a little worried. Valhalla's teleportation is too dangerous. We're still in the middle of a deserted forest. If we teleport to a densely populated area, won't there be a lot of casualties? Is there really no way to avoid it? How did the gods deal with it in the past? Monica blushed. In fact, the materialization process of Valhalla was quite safe. She could check the situation on the other side of the warp point before the coordinates were confirmed. However, in order to save mana, she let Valhalla skip this step. The reason was that it was impossible for anyone to be in the Mentai Forest right now. Valhalla's mana pool is still too small. It only takes a normal person a few hours to travel from Shaflund Hills to here, but we actually had to teleport twice in a row. It took more than half an hour just to recharge the mana pool. If we had 12 mana pools, we could have teleported from Tonajul to Cruz in one go, and we wouldn't have to shut down the other mana-consuming facilities in Yggdrasil. There's nothing we can do about it, Sifrid smiled bitterly. My lord has invested a lot in this fortress, but we don't have enough time. You're right. It's all those damned Sassold's fault. In Monique's eyes, the local nobles in Erewhon were completely ignored. They were no match for Valhalla, and at best, they were just annoying flies. She turned around and asked, "Valhalla, have you finished calculating the coordinates? Where is this place?" "According to the map you provided, Miss Monica, we should be about 70 kilometers south of Fort Menta. The town of Orda is not far from here. According to our battle plan, we should send a support team here." Monica thought for a moment before replying, "Very well, let Gaslil go. It should be enough to arrange for the White Lion Guards to stay here." Sifrid hesitated for a moment before she spoke up. "I want to see those two people. They might be frightened to death." "What's there to see?" Monica replied snappily. However, she glanced at the little girl and shrugged. "All right, it's up to you. We still have a lot of time anyway." When the huge root swept towards him, the middle-aged hunter thought he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, the root would suddenly change direction, missing him by a hair's breadth and crashing to the ground amidst the creaking sounds of trees collapsing. It took a long time for the dust to settle, and the surroundings became quiet once more. The father and son tremblingly opened their eyes again. When they looked ahead, they couldn't help but subconsciously hold their breaths and widen their eyes. In the forest, the dense hazel forest and pine forest disappeared, and an unimaginable thing appeared out of thin air. To be exact, it was an even bigger tree. Its trunk was like a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. Its vast canopy covered the entire forest, and its slender branches and lush green canopy were shrouded in the clouds. A few birds were flying around the giant tree, and from afar, they looked like a swarm of flying insects. The giant tree's huge roots wrapped around the undulating mountain range, forming a natural outer wall. On top of the outer wall, there were tall man-made buildings. But the thick stone walls were filled with the simple style of the dwarves, and they were even taller and more majestic than the fortresses they had seen in Manorville and Ranner. The father and son looked at the scene with their mouths agape. If they were not dreaming, they must have gone mad to see such a strange scene. The two could not help but think of the myths and legends that were widely spread in the south. It was said that on a sunny summer afternoon, the forest would show the illusion of giant stone statues and the city where the giants lived. Although it was not a sunny afternoon, nor was it a hot summer day, the father and son were almost certain that this was where the giants lived. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. According to legend, the giants were monsters that ate people in the wilderness. Although the stone giants that could build cities were said to be gentle, they probably wouldn't have any good feelings for two insignificant mortals like them. However, they didn't dare to rashly escape. The roots of this huge city extended for several miles. How could they easily escape from its range? While the two of them were worrying, a human head suddenly popped out from the towering city wall and looked in their direction. Although the other party was wearing a sentry helmet, the distinctive features of the huge nose, small eyes, and thick beard all indicated the identity of the other party, a dwarf. To be precise, he was a rune dwarf who claimed to be a descendant of the Silver Folk. If you use such a simple title to call Odom, the dwarven master craftsman would definitely correct your faulty wording and add a bunch of adjectives to modify it. Of course, he would also add a bunch of other related and complicated titles to address Odom. For example, he was the only master craftsman in Valhalla, advisor to the count, scholar, archaeologist, and so on. Of course, most of them were self-titled. Odom squinted his eyes for a long time before he saw the two insignificant fellows below Valhalla. It was not that his eyesight was bad, but the noise in the city had distracted him. Even though Monique had sent a notice to all of Valhalla before Valhalla's teleportation was activated, everyone knew the standards of the light spirits. It was already a miracle that they did not make any mistakes. It was almost impossible for them to do a good job. The old dwarf could not help but think of the little girl he met in Schaflund. That cute little girl was said to be the Lord's fiancée. Even though the merchant girl was muddle-headed when it came to doing things, she was always able to arrange everything in an orderly manner when she was in the territory. There was no way her subordinates could not understand her intentions. Of course, there was also Amandina and Miss Maynard. If any of them were still in the territory, Valhalla would not be in this state. When the light spirits suddenly told the citizens of Valhalla to enter a state of battle, even if they were loyal to their lord, it was inevitable that they would fall into a state of panic and unease. I really don't know what these fellows are doing. Odom grumbled to himself. He then placed his hand on the battlements and shouted at the two pitiful creatures who were already trembling in fear, "Hey, are you all right?" The father and son hunters did not expect that a dwarf would appear in a city of giants. Weren't these two races irreconcilable enemies? It was said that a long time ago, during the war with the Twilight Dragon, the giants betrayed their dwarven allies in an important battle. Since then, they had lost their own civilization and degenerated into filthy, smelly, man-eating monsters that never bathed in the wilderness. After that, the dwarves swore to break off their relationship with the giants, and the giants became mortal enemies. Could it be that this city of giants had been taken over by their enemies and became a city of dwarves? The middle-aged hunter had this ridiculous thought, but no matter what, dealing with dwarves was better than dealing with giants. With great difficulty, he finally calmed down the uneasiness in his heart. With reverence, he looked at the towering giant tree and fortress that suddenly appeared in the forest. He swallowed his saliva and was thinking about how he should answer or how to make the other party let him and his son leave. Suddenly, he heard his son exclaim in surprise. "Oh my God, I understand now. This must be Valhalla Fortress. You must be the legendary dwarven craftsman who designed and built this fortress, Mr. Odom." The young man's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Odom, who was standing on top of the city walls. "I'm also an advisor to the count, a scholar, an archaeologist, and a master alchemist," Odom added in dissatisfaction, "Kid, I'm also an advisor to the royal family, but I didn't accept it. The Erewhon Geographical Association also invited me to become an honorary member, but I declined." "It's really you." "Of course." Odom proudly puffed out his chest, but he quickly remembered that he had other matters to attend to and waved his hand. "All right, it's good that you're fine. Now, please step back a little. I'm going to put down the gate." "Gate?" The father and son looked at each other. However, they immediately understood the true meaning of this sentence. The roots of the towering tree suddenly wriggled and extended from the stone wall that was originally tightly attached to it, as if a huge suspension bridge had been lowered. However, the size of this suspension bridge was a little shocking. Each of them spanned a distance of over 1,000 meters, and they were wide enough for carriages to pass through. The father and son hurriedly retreated, and soon they saw a flag on the towering city wall. It was the flag of Awin's royal family, the star, moon, and lily flag. Then there was another flag, a flag of a white lion fluttering in the strong northern wind. A few knights holding flags took the lead and rushed down the city wall. Behind them were rows of knights in bright armor. They had silver heavy armor, enchanted capes and small shields, long white manes fluttering on their pointed helmets, and lion heads on their shoulder plates. All of these indicated the identity of this army. The White Lion Guards. Chapter 1478. "Dad, look. Those are the White Lion Guards." The young man was trembling with excitement. "I heard that they are Count Tonagil's personal night guards." The middle-aged hunter had a strange expression on his face. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not. He could only stare blankly at the White Lion Guards marching down the huge vines that extended to the ground in an orderly manner. Throughout the entire process, there was no other sound other than the dull and uniform sound of their metal gauntlets. No one was whispering to each other, and there were none of the nobles' private soldiers or even night guards that they had seen in other places. Almost everyone walked past them without looking at them. There was no unnecessary eye contact, but the middle-aged hunter felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen Braggs's Southern Legion in Manaville before. Those night guards were considered elite. It was said that during the First War of the Black Roses, they had fought against the skeletons of Madara more than once. Compared to the private soldiers of the nobles who were defeated by the undead, they were considered elites. It was said that the Southern Legion had also stood against Count Tonagil in the war led by Duke Grenoires. He was not optimistic about the Count's future. No matter how powerful he was, how many private soldiers and night guards could he have? But now, he could not think of any of these thoughts. He only felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was sweating profusely. When Gaspard rode past the hunters on his horse, he did not think that they would have such complicated thoughts. He did not even look at them. There were too many hunters like them in the Menta forest. He was just a little surprised that they were still here at this time of the year. For the past 2 weeks, most of the residents in this direction had been evacuated by Yuta to the north and west of Abes. However, that was all he had in mind. Facing the chilly northern wind, he pulled down his metal mask, leaving only a pair of sparkling eyes exposed. Gaspard let out a long breath. The hot breath immediately turned into mist when it met with the cold, forming a thin white mist outside of his mask. He watched as the snowflakes fell on his metal armor and disappeared. He knew that this was another expedition of the White Lion Guards. But whether it was for himself or for the kingdom, this battle might have an unusual meaning. The backbone of the White Lion Guard's knight had a vague premonition that perhaps from this moment on, the future of the kingdom would take a path that no one had ever imagined. Countless people had been moving forward on this path, but they had lost their way. But at this moment, the fog had dissipated, and they had finally taken a step forward. In this slight sense of unreality, Gaspard seemed to have seen another future. In that future, the kingdom was struggling and burning in flames. Countless living beings were crying and screaming. He couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, he returned to reality. Gaspard looked back at his subordinates. Most of the soldiers of the White Lion Guards were actually of the same age as him. Many of them even came from this land. As for him, he was just one step ahead of these people. Participating in the Battle of Ampere Seal was perhaps the greatest pride of his life, but this pride would continue today. The knight drew his sword and pointed it forward, letting out a deep roar from his throat. White Lion Guards, advance! It took the hunter and his son a while to recover from their shock. The White Lion Guards had long disappeared into the forest, and the young man was still restless, as if he had not had enough. But his father had already sensed the danger. Such a military mobilization was not a small matter, and they had witnessed it with their own eyes, and this strange fortress. The middle-aged hunter even trembled a little. He held his son's shoulder in fear, afraid that he would be killed by the enemy immediately. The dwarf had already run down from the vines. Odom had once vowed to build an impenetrable fortress, and the minimum requirement for such a fortress was that it did not have a gate. Although this design was criticized by Amandina, it was fortunate that Valhalla's unique power made this ridiculous design a reality. Its gate was now replaced by the roots and vines of the world tree, and achieved unexpected results in terms of defense. Of course, the old dwarf took the credit for this lucky hit as his own. The hunter was scared half to death by a fully armed dwarf with a battle axe in hand. He almost collapsed to the ground. He hurriedly pulled his son to the ground and knelt, begging, "No, my lord, please don't kill us. We didn't see anything, and I promise we won't say a word. Or at least, please let my child go. He's still young and doesn't know anything." His actions startled Odom, and the dwarf glared at him. "Martha above, what nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Valhalla is about to teleport, and you can't stay here. Just as well, there's a lord who wants to see you. Count yourself lucky. Come with me to the city." "What? Can we enter Valhalla Fortress?" The young man was originally uneasy, but he was still a young man after all. When he heard the dwarf's words, he could not help but stand up excitedly. "Are you serious, Mr. Odom?" "Of course." The dwarf thought for a moment and added, "I'm the one in charge here." Brando quickly saw the town of Orda in the forest from the sky. This town was just a few miles south of Fort Menta. If the rebels had already launched an attack on Fort Menta, they would definitely not let this place go. As expected, there was a small-scale battle taking place in the town below. The two sides were engaged in a tug-of-war around the center of the town. The rebels had clearly entered the town. Brando could clearly see the two sides fighting. The ones in charge of defending the town were a group of White Lion Knights, while the attackers were dressed in all sorts of robes and carried the banner of Grimoires. It seemed like they were the army of the nobles of the southern border. The attackers outnumbered the defenders by several times, but the White Lion Knights did not back down. They were able to repel the waves of attacks from their opponents several times. But soon, the figure of a wizard appeared in front of the rebel army. He wore a blue robe and was a Cisaldian illusionist. Brando knew that the young White Lion Knights were more than enough to deal with a noble knight, but they were unable to retaliate in front of these craftsmen and fell from the sky. Tower illusionists were grade 7 soldiers in the game. They were much stronger than the White Lion Knights that he had personally trained. As soon as he landed, he attracted the attention of the rebels. The Buga wizards had their own means of communication, so they were naturally extra vigilant against this unfamiliar intruder. Under their orders, a dozen rebel knights immediately surrounded him, followed by a large group of attendants and private soldiers. Brando did not even look at them. He walked forward and passed through the central square of Orda. His arrogance had obviously angered these bloodthirsty noble knights. They roared and rushed over, waving their swords in an attempt to teach this ungrateful fellow a lesson. But Brando simply pulled out the holy sword Odorfice. When the first knight and his warhorse galloped to his side, Brando raised his sword to block. The man's arm holding the sword flew out, and then he knelt on the ground with his horse. The knight on the saddle was bound by the stirrup, but he still flew off the horse's back and landed heavily on the ground. The 100-pound armor crushed his spine. Brando continued to move forward, and the knight charging towards him was torn apart like broken puppets. They either lost their heads but still charged forward with their warhorses, or were directly split in half. It seemed like it was just a blink of an eye, and more than a dozen noble knights were all dead. For Brando, this level of battle was not worth mentioning. At this moment, even if he returned to Lushta, he could easily defeat the supreme powers of Cruz and the others. After returning to the modern world from the realm of stagnation, his biggest gain was a new understanding of the laws of this world. When he realized that all of this was a legacy from the previous era, the latent power in his bloodline seemed to have awakened. The power of law was no longer hazy to him like a cloud of fog, but the true truth. That power was so strong that sometimes it even gave him the illusion that he was drifting away from this world. He felt like he was a god. Although he was clearly in the modern world, he felt like he was overlooking everything from the clouds. There was a sense of distance between him and the continent of Wonde. And the people around him felt it even more clearly, especially the people of the Grey Wolves mercenaries. Other than the previous feelings of gratitude and worship towards this lord, there was also a deep sense of awe. According to Haim's words, walking beside the count was like accompanying a giant dragon. Every breath it took made one tremble with fear. Brando also felt the same way. He could feel the assimilation of this world. This was the instinctive closeness of the laws of Tiamat to the power of existence. He had experienced this feeling in the Amber Sword, but at that time, it was not as clear as now. The battle with the noble knight was not even comparable to the time he used to kill low-level monsters in the novice area. Even though the continuous short-distance jumps had consumed a lot of his power of order, it was still too easy to deal with these people. Chapter 1479. He did not even need to use the power of the law. Just by relying on his swordsmanship, he could make these people understand why he was the youngest sword saint in the kingdom. It's a sword saint. The noble knights finally came to their senses and began to retreat as their legs turned to jelly. They were not fools and naturally understood the real gap between them and a sword saint. There were only a few sword saints in the Great Erewhon, and there were many noble knights like them who were just waiting to die. As soon as the knight fled, the attendants, who had no combat power, naturally could not stand still and began to retreat. When they reunited, they were a mess, but when they retreated in an orderly manner like the tide, looking very experienced. Some of the veterans were said to have escaped from the First War of the Black Rose until now. Those who were lucky enough to survive the repeated defeats of the war were not good at attacking, but they must be masters at retreating. The illusionists in the tower also realized that something was wrong at the front line. A wizard of Sarsard, who heard the news, came down from the sky and stopped in front of Brando. This silver person looked down at Brendel with a reserved and proud expression. A mortal sword saint was considered a figure in the mortal world, but in front of the silver person, he was nothing. There were also sword saints among the Nashi who served the Sassalds and the Shakhtar Knights. However, he was slightly surprised that the other party was so young. A mortal genius, he said, among these insignificant insects, you can be considered a relatively outstanding existence. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have appeared in this place. The wizard raised his staff and pointed at Brando. Sir, be careful, they are silver people. A voice warned. Brando looked in that direction, and the Knight of the White Lion Guards also noticed the situation here. Brando's appearance took a lot of pressure off them, so they had time to warn him. However, the commander of the Knight of the White Lion Guards did not recognize Brando's identity and only thought that he was a sword saint of the royal family. Brando did not point this out. He stretched out his hand and used the same trick again. The staff in the wizard's hand flew out of his hand and landed firmly in his hand after a beautiful arc. The wizard was angry that his identity was exposed, so he used a silver lightning to stab at the commander of the knight. However, when the staff flew out of his hand, the lightning miraculously flew in a circle in the air and then came to Brando's hand. Brando held the lightning tightly. The lightning twisted and swayed in his hand like a struggling electric snake, making a buzzing sound and splashing platinum sparks, but it was unable to break free. So this is the power you're so proud of, Sarsard. Reckless, angry, blind, and arrogant. Is this what the knowledge you obtained from the White Tower tells you? Brendel looked at the Sarsard Magus who was casting the spell. Is this the power you're so proud of, Sarsard? You, the wizard was so scared that he was incoherent, and his face was no longer as confident as before. Brando looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. He was extremely calm, and the calmer he was, the stronger his contempt for the Sassard alliance became. There had never been a silver person or a gold person who was so despicable. Go to hell and repent. Martha will prepare a place for you there. Brando loosened his hand, and the lightning flew out of his hand, flying towards its original owner at a speed 1,000 times faster than before. In the wizard's horrified eyes, the lightning pierced through his magic shield like a straight javelin. All the magic shields on his body were shattered in an instant, and the lightning penetrated his chest. He screamed and turned into a piece of charcoal, falling to the ground. Those who indulge in power will die because of it. The wisdom you obtained from the White Tower did not tell you this. Even an outsider like me understands the reason why the silver people are arrogant, Brando said indifferently. That is because they are excellent and dare to take responsibility. How can you compare to those noble people? The remaining illusionists were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. The highest of the supreme, the wizards at the back were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They turned around and fled. For a moment, the periphery of the forest flashed with the brilliance of magic. In just a moment, not a single Sassard wizard could be seen on the battlefield. Brando did not pay attention to these people. Even the Gabugas had retreated without a fight, and the remaining rebels did not dare to continue staying in the town of Orda. Orda was one of the most important roads to Menta, and if they could control it, they would be able to cut off the retreat of the Trendheim garrison in Menta Castle. However, everyone knew that they had to be alive to control this place. Besides, victory or defeat was Duke Grenoir's business. They just wanted a piece of the pie, and it was not worthwhile to die for others. Therefore, no one needed to command them. In less than a quarter of an hour, these people had all fled. Brando crossed the square and walked towards the commander of the White Lion Guards. He was bathed in blood and had many wounds on his body. There was also a broken arrow stuck in his right leg. Looking at the smooth cut on the arrow shaft, he must have cut it himself. He came to Brando with the help of several other knights and bowed to Brando. It was the most noble etiquette. Obviously, the captain of the night finally recognized Brando's identity. There were far more corpses of the rebels in the square than the White Lion Guards. Brando realized that his strict requirements for these young people and the high investment in the Tonajal territory had finally paid off. The White Lion Guards had become the seeds of a powerful army in the future of Erewhon. As long as they took root and sprouted, it was not impossible for the kingdom to have a military force as strong as the Crew's people. However, this army must be in the hands of people who had the ambition to revive the kingdom. Many people did not realize what had happened, but through word of mouth, the White Lion Guards who were guarding Orda finally understood the reason for the sudden end of the battle. There were more and more people in the square, and the young people of the White Lion Guards who were heavily injured came closer. My lord. The captain of the night was so excited that he almost could not control himself. He knelt on one knee in front of Brando. His action was like a signal, and all the young people on the battlefield knelt down one by one. Brando helped him up. I'm back. As you can see, he replied. The craftsmen of Sassard have despicably laid their hands on a mortal kingdom. The blood of the Silver Clan is no longer noble because of their despicable actions. You don't have to worry about Erewhon perishing because from this day onwards, from this moment onwards, we will make them pay with their blood. Those who have committed crimes will pay the price for their actions. I assure you. My lord. The captain of the night asked excitedly. Are we going to launch a counterattack now? Has our fleet arrived? Where are they? Brando looked at him and at everyone present. They were all young faces, and some were even younger than him. They were the faces of teenagers, covered in dust and blood, but their eyes shone with hope for the future. That hope was the love for this kingdom, for the homeland of the Erewhon people. There was no Erewhon people who were born inferior to others. This kingdom was the same. Their lord had proven this more than once in Ampere Seal and the Black Sword Fortress. If he could do it, so could they. Where we are, and behind us is Valhalla. Brando stretched out his hand, and a flag of stars, moon and lily automatically flew into his hand. The counterattack has already begun. If you want to share this glory with me, pick up this flag and return to the battlefield with me." Every knight raised the long sword in their hands. Their swords were the answer in their hearts. The fortress was shaking, and dust was falling from the ceiling. Reto leaned on the perforation with a cold face, watching the situation outside. His men were good, and once again repelled the enemy's attack. Those damned rebels retreated in a hurry after leaving a ground full of corpses. They even gave up a tower that they had previously occupied. However, the former mercenary known as the Red Copper Dragon did not look relaxed at all. Instead, he looked serious and dignified. Although the rebels' fighting spirit was shockingly poor, their advantage in military strength could not be ignored. In just a few hours of repeated fighting, the White Lion Guards and Menta's defenders had also lost a lot of men. Such a loss of men was undoubtedly one disaster after another for their already stretched military strength. In order to make up for the lack of military strength, they had to constantly shrink their positions. However, the depth of Menta Fortress was always limited, and Reto knew that there would be a time when they would have nowhere to retreat to. Within his field of vision, many of the walls and fortresses had already raised the flags that represented the nobles of the southern region. The flags of the White Lion Guards and the stars, Moon and Lily, fell from his field of vision one by one. He could not help but close his eyes tiredly. This was already the last fortress that led to Menta Fortress. The city hall and the patrolling cavalry camp could not be lost, or they would completely lose the initiative in this battle. However, hope was already so slim. Maynard told him that Valhalla would soon notice the abnormality here and mobilize troops to support them, but it would take at least half a day to get here from Schaflund. Could they still fight for even 2 more hours? Chapter 1480. Have you found Lady Maynard? Reto asked in a tired voice when he opened his eyes again. The continuous battles made the veteran of the November War feel a little unbearable. After all, he was already old and no longer as brave as he used to be. The people in the room shook their heads in silence. Most of them had experienced the war for many years. As the lucky survivors of the war, almost every one of them was a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. The last time we saw Lady Maynard was at the north of Fort Menta. After the rebel army captured the place, a wizard blocked our way, and then the rebel army cut off our communication with the North Gate. Is there still a battle at the North Gate? The rebel army has surrounded the place. Have you tried to attack? We have, but the rebel army has invested a lot of troops there. We don't have enough people, boss. The fact that the rebel army is so concerned about this place means that Lady Maynard might still be alive. We must find a way to save her. Reto knocked on the dusty table and set the tone. Almost everyone in the room was his old friends, so he did not hold back when he spoke. But everyone in the room looked troubled. If the situation allowed, they would certainly save the commander at all costs. However, they did not even have enough troops to defend Fort Menta, so how could they send more people to support other places? Lady Knight is Her Highness' subordinate, but Fort Menta is His Highness' property. We are His Highness' retainers. Are we really going to give up this fortress for her? A voice in the corner asked weakly. Reto looked in that direction and shook his head. Guys, he said, do you really think that His Highness values Tanajul? Can't you see that His Highness is ambitious? Not to mention Tanajul and Abes, I'm afraid that even Erwin is not in His Highness' eyes. Think about it. If his lordship had accepted the invitation of the female Legion Commander Cruz and joined the Empire, how could his status be compared to that of the Count of Tanajul? What did he do in Erwin? He brought us here from Bragg's and overthrew the rule of that damned Baron Grodin and his lackeys. Why? Reto looked at his old companions one by one. Haven't you noticed? The Lord never asked us to swear allegiance to him because he didn't want to become another Grand Duke Arek. I've heard him talking to Her Highness and Miss Amandina in private. I think what they want is what we've been longing for since the long years of war. A real Erwin who is not controlled by others, who stands above wound. My companions, he said softly, we were born in Bragg's, but Tanajul is indeed our second home. Compared to that, we have another identity in common. Don't forget that we are Erwin's soldiers. At this time, we should abandon our selfish interests. We are the Count's subordinates, and we should stand up to prove his righteousness. Reto pointed at the battlefield outside the perforation and replied, if each of us spread the Count's beliefs to the whole of Erewhon, our ideals, the Count's and Her Highness' ideals will be realized. The room was silent. Can we do something like that? Yes, it's too troublesome. It's a headache just hearing it. Boss, are you sure it's something we can do? That's something only the officials and nobles need to worry about, right? But boss, when did you become so scholarly? Haha. The laughter seemed to be contagious, and soon everyone in the room also laughed softly. Reto shook his head with a smile and scolded, shut up, you damn idiots. I used to be a noble knight, like Mano, who used to be my attendant. Following you vulgar fellows, I've even lost my old profession. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You are right, we are the Count's retainers, but since we are the Count's retainers, we have to carry out the Count's will. So, Miss Maynold, you have to save her even if you don't want to. Although everyone was joking on the surface, no one dared to oppose Reto's decision. People left the room in an orderly manner and began to gather their subordinates. It was as if they had returned to decades ago. It was nothing more than a battle. For the veterans, it was as natural as eating and drinking. You're awake? When Maynold woke up from her drowsy state, she saw a familiar face. It was a beautiful girl. She had a pair of bright, narrow eyes. When she squinted, her pupils were as black as ink. The girl's skin was inhumanly white and as delicate as jade. She had long, black sandalwood hair that reflected light like the stars in the night sky. However, Maynold's attention was attracted by the black gemstone on the girl's forehead. It was a long, narrow, diamond-shaped black crystal. The girl's face turned red with anger. She followed the female knight's gaze and recalled the humiliation she felt when she got the gemstone on her forehead. She snorted coldly. Ko Hua. Maynold was shocked by her own hoarse voice. She remembered what happened in Rushta and hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Where is this place? Did Menta fall? Am I your captive now? After you left Rushta, did you seek refuge with the Bugas? Or are they really in cahoots with the Twilight Dragon? I haven't fallen to the same level as those Sasaldians, Black Corfa replied with a hint of anger. You're such a hateful woman, just like that guy. Don't mortals have any sense of shame? I'm the one who saved your life. You're back. Maynold was stunned. Thank you. There was a sharp whistling sound outside. The catapult stone shells hit somewhere not far away. The house shook and dust fell. Maynold silently sensed for a moment before asking, so this place is still Menta? How long have I been unconscious? Are Mr. Reto and the others still resisting? Miss Ko Hua, can you take me to the city hall? I'd advise you not to entertain such delusions, and I have no obligation to serve you, Black Corfa snapped. You're only alive because of sheer luck. If it wasn't for this guy, even if I arrived in time, you would have been dead by now. Maynold then noticed that there was a young man behind Ko Hua. When she saw him, she couldn't help but be stunned. That was because he was the second son of Oberwei, the young knight who left Menta Castle early in the morning to scout for information. The young man noticed Maynold's expression and hurriedly stood up, saying somewhat anxiously, Miss Maynold, I know you're suspecting me and my father, but I can assure you that my father would never betray Her Highness. There must be something else going on. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, I can guarantee it with my life. Maynold rubbed her aching forehead, finally recalling everything that had happened before she fainted. At that time, she had almost thought that she had died at the hands of that monster. However, it seemed that many things had happened after she fainted. Shouldn't I be dead? Maynold subconsciously touched the wound on her chest. The sword wound was still there, almost piercing through her chest and abdomen. That sword should have pierced through her heart. You should indeed be dead. This piercing wound pierced through your heart. To any mortal, this is the most fatal injury. Black Ko Hua paused. But the strange thing is that you're still alive. Don't ask me why, because I don't know either. Perhaps it was your Lady Martha who saved your life. Maynard was silent for a moment. There was a vague feeling in her heart that she could not grasp, but she could not say it out loud. In addition, it was this guy who risked his life to save you from those monsters, Black Kohua continued, otherwise, I wouldn't have the ability to do so. Those monsters are the fangs and claws of the Twilight Dragon. We call them the No Race. Other than the Goddess of War's unique imprinted weapon, no one can really kill them. Now even the No Race has reappeared. I really don't know why Mother thinks so highly of you. It's just a small human kingdom. Whether it's the Sassolds or the fangs of the Twilight Dragon, you can't deal with them. Maynard sighed and said to the young man, I can believe you, but you can't guarantee for your father. In any case, Mr. Oberway has an unshirkable responsibility for everything that happened here. No, the young man shook his head, Miss Maynard, something may have happened to my father. What? Since Her Royal Highness and Prince Haruz left Tanajul, my father has sent me letters every week. On the one hand, it's to let me know the situation in Randner and Lantern Island, and on the other hand, it's to keep in touch. However, I haven't received a letter from my father for more than a week. At first, I didn't think anything was wrong, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. The young man was a little annoyed and replied with some worry, It's all my fault, Miss Maynard. If I had been vigilant earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened. My father. Chapter 1481. Maynard shook her head. She faintly felt that what the young man said might be true. She was also willing to believe that Oberway would not betray the princess. But there was no point in talking about this now. The worst-case scenario had already happened. What they needed to do now was to find a way to prevent the worst outcome. Miss Kohua, she replied weakly, can you contact Valhalla? Me? Dark Kohua sneered and shook her head, of course not. What do you think the situation is now, human woman? We have been surrounded in this place to save you. Of course, the mortals outside can't stop me, but I don't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the Sasaldians and the No Race will notice my presence, and then we will all die. She paused for a moment. Although I promised my mother to come and help you, I don't want to die with you. Maynard was silent. Of course, she could not ask the other party to die with Erwin. After all, she knew what the other party's true identity was. Sister, a voice came from outside the house. They are attacking again. Maynard recognized the voice as Kohua's. Although the two sisters' voices were similar, the younger one's voice was far less cold than Dark Kohua's. She gritted her teeth and sat up. Although Kohua said that it was best for her not to move, the knight was more concerned about the battle in Mintai than her own injuries. If this fortress could not hold on until Valhalla reacted, then Erwin would be doomed eternally. At this moment, she even forgot who the owner of this territory was, and also forgot the unpleasant experience she had with Brando. She only felt anxious in her heart. She tried to stand up with the help of the wall while anxiously calling out the name of Allium Japonicum in her heart. She had never liked her other self. If she could, she would never compromise with her other self. But at this moment, she had no other choice. However, the call in her heart was like a stone thrown into the sea. This made Maynard's heart sink deeply. She even felt a sense of panic. She found that she had gotten used to having the mature and rational other self by her side as her advisor. If the other self was really gone, she did not know how to face Erwin alone. What made her even more afraid was that she did not know how to face Brando. Dark Kohua only watched Maynard's actions indifferently. He did not even take half a step forward to help her. The young man seemed to want to step forward, but he was stopped by the knight. Maynard held onto the wall and walked out of the house. The sudden brightness caused her to squint her eyes involuntarily. She found that she was still near the north gate. Her knight subordinates had already retreated to the sluice gate on the northwest side of Fort Menta, using the terrain here to continue sniping at the rebels. The sounds of battle seemed to have returned to her ears at this moment. She saw the youths of the White Lion Guards, Menta's defenders, and a portion of the patrolling cavalry entangling with the rebels, not giving an inch of ground to them. However, the number of enemies was beyond her imagination. The private soldiers of the nobles, dressed in gray and blue robes, surged forward like a tide of two different colors. They were repelled time and time again, but they surged forward again and again. Their will to fight was unexpectedly strong. It seemed like the enemy had already realized that she was here. Otherwise, they would not be so enthusiastic about a mere sluice gate. Several magi floated in the sky, and the light of spells once again intertwined on the city walls. Though the enemy's numbers were small, the witches were far from being a match for these magi of Sassard. The occasional explosion from the city walls was enough to prove this point. In fact, they were only barely able to protect themselves and prevent the front line from being defeated. Maynard maintained a calm expression as she silently searched for the flag of Count Yenbao's territory. She had a deep impression of those monsters, and knew that the White Lion Guards were no match for them. However, the Tanajul people were still defending this place, so where did they go? What are you looking for? Dark Ko Hua asked from behind her. Where are those monsters? They were lured away by her. Otherwise, do you think we would still be here? Her? A strange woman. I think she's one of Kelsey's subordinates. I remember seeing her before, but she's a little different from before. Maynard realized that she did not know that the her that Dark Ko Hua mentioned. She was silent for a moment, and could see that the situation was worse than what Dark Ko Hua had said. She could not help but ask in a low voice, "What do you plan to do, Miss Ko Hua?" Dark Ko Hua glanced at her. "I will follow my mother's orders and help you resist until the last moment. After that, I will choose to leave this place. You can only pray that those little fellows in Valhalla will be able to react before then." She paused for a moment, "But for that guy's sake, I can take you with me." "No," Maynard shook her head, "I don't need it." "Up to you, but I have to tell you that even though there are still some troops in this city, don't expect the Tanajul people to come and save you. Don't forget that the White Lion Guards and Menta's troops are that guy's troops, but he is not your lord." "What are you trying to say?" Maynard's eyebrows twitched slightly. "You understand." Maynard gently pressed her hand to her chest and gritted her teeth. She knew that if that person was here, he would definitely come and save her. However, it wasn't because of her, but because of the other soul in her body. Furthermore, that person wasn't here, and his subordinates didn't know about this secret at all. Reto was an outstanding soldier, but the more outstanding a soldier was, the more they understood who they should listen to. Would they risk everything to save an outsider? The female knight didn't have any thoughts of begging for her life. She only felt a wave of sorrow and despair, because this was Erewhon, this was this ancient kingdom. No matter how much that person did, the one to benefit would never be Erewhon, unless he became Erewhon's lord one day. But if that happened, he would no longer be a hero of the kingdom, a loyal knight. After the layers of glory faded away, only the title of a usurper would remain. That person would be nothing more than another Erek. How could they bring hope to the kingdom's future? Perhaps even if the other party wasn't so despicable, what was the use of that? Everyone around him, including his assistant, all had the same thought. Were they really loyal to Erewhon's kingdom? They were loyal to Tanajul, to Valhalla, to that person himself. The Sasaldian wizards finally broke through the witches' line of defense, and the White Lion Guards, who had suffered heavy losses, began to retreat. Although it hadn't turned into a complete rout, they had lost their last line of defense. Dim Korfa let out a low growl. Black smoke surged around her, forming into the shape of giant wolves. These huge wolves charged towards the battlefield, but the only thing they could do was slightly impede the advance of the rebel army. "We have to retreat, Miss Maynard," Oberway's second son whispered beside her. Dark Ko Hua also turned around and said with some anger, "I can't hold on for too long. The Sasaldians will soon notice this side. You'd better quickly consider my previous suggestion." However, Maynard turned a deaf ear to him. She stared blankly at the defeated battlefield in front of her. Everyone was retreating, and the flag of the White Lion Guards was falling from the horizon. The Dragon Knight of the Southern Legion flew in the sky, as well as the wizards in grey robes, interweaving spells. This scene seemed to overlap with her memory. She remembered that it was the gloomy sky of Ampere Seal, and she and the young Wangli Knight Regiment had nowhere to run. But this time, would such a miracle happen again? Would a person turn the situation around with the power of one person? However, the female knight couldn't see a trace of hope in her heart. Even if there was, could he really save Erwin? How can Erwin be saved? Maynard muttered to herself. Allium Japonicum, tell me, you didn't lie to me. Everything you saw in the future is real. Tell me, you can really save everything. You and that guy aren't working together to deceive me, right? You despicable woman, tell me. I can give you everything I have, even my life. Because rather than letting me return to that terrifying future I saw in my dream, I would rather die right now. She coughed violently because of her wound. The young man next to her wanted to help her, but he was flung away. Maynard coughed so much that she even shed tears. She slid down the wall, but the voice in her heart didn't respond to her anymore. The young man stood aside at a loss. He had never seen this cold Miss Knight show such a weak side. She was sobbing, but he didn't dare to take a step forward. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. There was a voice in his heart telling him that Erwin was finished. What he saw would be the last moment of this kingdom. He seemed to have seen such a future. Everything that he had seen in the past was burning fiercely in the flames, turning into ashes. From then on, people forgot their names and their former identities. The ancient name Erwin disappeared in the long river of history. It wasn't until decades later that a girl picked up the dusty flag again. It was the lily flag of the stars and the moon. He looked up, as if he was hallucinating. He really saw the flag. It wasn't the lion flag of the White Lion Guards, nor was it the AB's flag that could be seen everywhere in Tranquil. Chapter 1482. Instead, it was the bright moon, the slender stars, the pure lilies, and the silver flag fluttering in the wind. A wave of cheers suddenly erupted from the battlefield. The young man shuddered and subconsciously rubbed his eyes, finally realizing that he wasn't hallucinating. He truly saw the flag that belonged to the royal family of Corvado. Reinforcements? Maynard stood up abruptly. The female knight's tears were still wet as she looked in that direction in astonishment. Behind the sea of rebels surrounding the fortress, a few streets away, flags of stars, moon, and lilies were being erected. But where were those troops from? The Royal Knight Regiment? Or the White Lion Regiment? Which direction did they come from? How was this possible? Maynard's mind was also in a mess. This female knight, who had always been calm, felt her heart in a mess for the first time. She didn't understand who it was that had come to this place at this moment. But the thunderous cheers on the battlefield answered her question. It was the reinforcements from Maxon's city. Maynard saw the copper dragon Redo at the front, as well as the veterans of the November War beside him. The flag in their hands was not the war flag of Tranquil or AB's. It was the symbol of the kingdom. The flag of the royal family of Corvado. At that moment, the female knight understood what they were trying to say. Today, here. We have forgotten the estrangement between us, our allegiance to different factions. We will die as Erwin's soldiers. And all our faith will be placed on this flag. From now on, this kingdom will be reborn from the ashes of the flames. At that moment, Maynard suddenly understood Brando's faint smile, the undisguised confidence in the eyes of the Allium Japonicum, the blind trust the princess had in everything here, and the fear in the hearts of the traditional nobles of Erwin. She also understood why every Tranquil was filled with hope for the future of the kingdom. Because they were here. To witness all of this happening. She stood there in a daze, subconsciously clenching her teeth. Her body even began to tremble uncontrollably. Tears once again gushed out, but only her fists were still tightly clenched. Miss Maynard, it seems to be Mr. Redo and the others. But they don't have many people, why would they come here? The young man suddenly stopped talking. He saw the female knight looking back at him and snatching the sword from his hand. Maynard slowly unsheathed her sword and raised it high. She faced the entire battlefield and all the White Lion Knights on the battlefield. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Today. We might not win. But Erewhon won't fail either. Those who fear everything will eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. Let us once again fight for Erewhon, and let this ancient kingdom rise from our bones. Because before today, it has never existed. But after today, we will be proud of our identity as Erewhon's people. The knights all turned their heads around. When they saw Maynard, they all raised their swords. Fight for Erewhon. It was an oath to abandon everything. Dark Kohua turned around and looked at the panting Maynard disapprovingly. You can't win. The level of morale won't determine the outcome of this battle. Your enemy is thousands of times stronger than you. You should understand that your reinforcements are just some remnants. So what? Maynard smiled and then coughed twice. She replied weakly, but we can't lose. They can kill us, but they can't kill Erewhon. So he really didn't lie to me and Her Highness, so he really didn't lie to me. The knight gently pressed the sword wound on her chest. Miss Allium Japonicum, are you still alive? What a bunch of fools. Seeing this, Duke Grenoires cursed in a low voice. Count Manuel, Baron Chablis, the enemy only has a few hundred people. We have already wasted a few hours here. Can't you take down a mere sluice gate? His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip from his face. My lord, the enemy's druids are too powerful, and the reinforcements from Fort Maxon are also very troublesome. They are experienced in dealing with wizards. With the buildings in Fort Maxon as their cover, the Buga's lords can't do anything to them. At most, they can hinder their attack. Unless my lord agrees with the Buga's lords to use magic to raise this fort to the ground. That's what the Buga's wizard said. Shut up, Duke Grenoires waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. Our goal is not this Fort Maxon. There are still the subterranean dwellers and that terrifying fleet in the south. Do you want to alarm them? Go, continue the attack. Your opponents seem to be the survivors of the November War, but their numbers are not large. I'll give you one more hour. This is your last chance. After driving away the two nobles, the Duke of Grenoires' face became gloomier. The uneasiness in his heart grew even stronger. They had been in Fort Mind for more than 6 hours. They thought that it was just a small fortress that could be easily taken down, but it had held them back for such a long time. And this was under the condition that they had made all the arrangements in advance. In the south, there was Valhalla's fleet, as well as the main forces of the subterranean dwellers and the White Lion Guards. If the Tonajul were prepared in advance, then it would be a bitter and difficult battle. However, Duke Grenoires did not want to burn this place to the ground. To be precise, he did not want to lose too much of his strength. He knew very well that after this battle, if the nobles in the south won, the kingdom would at least regress by a few decades and return to the chaotic situation before the Age of Prosperity. And the best-case scenario would be to return to the situation before the Battle of Ampere Seal. Duke Grenoires did not have any feelings about the future of the kingdom or the fate of others. What he cared about was that in such an environment, the strength at hand was the only weight that could guarantee his position. Although the Buga people said that they would stay behind to maintain order in Erewhon after the war, it was hard to say whether they would continue to cooperate with him. He knew very well the intentions of the Buga people. They would not take Erewhon seriously. If the previous promise could be fulfilled, it was already beyond his best expectations. But it did not matter. They were using each other anyway. He also needed the strength of these silver folk to fight against the rapidly expanding royal family of Covardo and these Tonajul people. It turned out that at least he had taken the right step. If it were not for these Buga people, they would not be a match for the Tonajul people at all. The Duke of Grenoires was shocked by this. He really could not understand how the Tonajul people could be so brave and good at fighting. In the past, he had never heard of this place being full of brave warriors. In fact, Tonajul had always been on the periphery of the kingdom's political scene. The knight here had never won any glory on any battlefield. But since the arrival of the descendants of the sword Saint Darius, everything had changed. Could it be that the bloodline of the Cataloso family was so powerful? It had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. What was even more puzzling was that these people seemed to have a fanatical loyalty. Even if the Count of Tranquil was not here, they would still be willing to risk their lives for their lord. This made the Duke of Grenoires furious. Looking at his cowardly and selfish retainers, he felt that his dignity as a noble was being insulted. Not to mention that even the druids were working for that guy. He had never heard of these mystics living in the forest paying any attention to the nobles of the outside world. They even rejected the invitation of the Cruz Empire, but they favored a mere young boy. With this thought in mind, the Duke of Grenoires angrily spread out the map and once again confirmed the situation of the war. Although the rebel offensive had suffered a setback in Fort Menta, at least in Orda and Cape Gap, the progress was smooth. Baron Paladono, the feudal lord of the south of Viro and a former member of the royal faction who was known for his prowess in battle, had led his knights to conquer the town of Tegan, north of Fort Menta. Now, they were heading straight for Gar's Ferry from the direction of Cape Gorge, cutting off Menta's retreat route. On the other hand, his trusted aide, the Redbud Count, was traversing through the forests to the east of Alerte. They had set out from Paulus to attack Schaflund, and when the encirclement of Fort Mentai was complete, they would coordinate with the Bugas to launch an all-out assault on the so-called undefeatable fortress of Trentheim. This was also the most important point of attack. 2 experienced knight lords and their squires were in charge of covering the left and right flanks. This army had conquered several villages and manors to the north of Schaflund 3 hours ago. It could be considered a series of victories. Although there had been no news since they entered Greyhill Valley, the Duke of Grenoires was not surprised. Before the general attack, this army should be in a state of silence. They still had the Wyvern Knight of the Southern Legion to guard the sky, so he did not think that this army would have any problems. On the battlefield of Fort Mact, the main forces of Count Yen Bao and the southern army of Grenoires were gathered. There were also 7 or 8 brave and skilled nobles. The total number of troops was more than 20,000, which was almost 10 times the number of the defenders of Fort Mact. There was also the support of the Buga sorcerers. Although they may have been delayed for some time, as long as the other 2 armies did not encounter any problems, victory was still within their grasp. Everything was under control, but the Duke of Grenoires could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. He silently observed the terrain around Fort Minty on the map. He couldn't help but wonder from which direction the enemy would attack from if possible. Chapter 1483. The terrain around Fort Mintel was not complicated. To its north was the open old plains. The old river and the Parton River had washed out the sedimentary belt of the plains. The long and narrow valley plains in the north were affected by the ever-changing forces of chaos, forming the barren Parton wilderness. It was almost a flat land, which was very suitable for an army to spread out. To the east and south of Fort Mintel was a large forest located between Mintel, Paris and Schaflund. This vast forest was called the East Mintel Forest. There were 2 roads through the middle of this forest that connected to Fort Mintel. One of the roads went through Gar's Ferry, while the other was connected to the only satellite town south of Fort Mintel, Orda. Duke Grenoires reached out and pointed at the town on the map. The Tonajul people were resisting fiercely here. The person who commanded the attack was the deputy commander of the Northern Noble Alliance last time, Marquis Balta's deputy. He was also a very famous knight commander in the White Lion Legion. The Tonajul people who were stationed here defended the town for nearly half an hour and did not allow the noble commander to take the town. It was said that the White Lion Knight Regiment was formed by the son of the Blade Master himself. It was said that the White Lion Knight Regiment was formed by the son of the Blade Master, and it was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, he had already asked the Buga wizards to go and support them. Although there was no news yet, he was sure that it would be done soon. After all, there were no witches or detestable druids there. After cutting off Fort Mintel's escape route, one of his worries had been relieved. In any case, this large-scale plan was more than half completed. But things often went against one's wishes. Just as Duke Grenoires put down the map in his hand, a noble knight rushed to him and shouted in panic, "My lord, we have lost contact with Orda." What happened? The Duke's heart skipped a beat. The uneasy feeling in his heart seemed to be confirmed at this moment. He quickly asked, "I'm not sure, my lord." The first news was that a blade master belonging to the royal family appeared in Orda. Not long after, our communication with that direction was cut off. Sword Saint? Grimoires was trying to figure out which of the sword saints loyal to the royal family of Covardo would suddenly appear in this place. However, one sword saint was nothing to worry about. How could a single sword saint affect the entire battle? In the end, it would only be the northern nobles' army that would be at a disadvantage. However, to be on the safe side, he still asked, "Have you sent scouts to confirm the situation?" "It's been dispatched." "Which of our troops is the closest to Orda?" "I'm not sure, but it seems like the army from Blackwater Bay captured a village called Emden." "Oh, that's Baron Gorham and his knight." Duke Grimoires nodded and said, "Let them go to Orda and send a cavalry unit from the 3rd column of the Southern Legion there." "Understood, sir." Duke Grimoires watched his knight leave. He rolled up the map and put it into the map box beside him. He could not help but sigh, closed his eyes, and rubbed his forehead. It was not his first time on the battlefield. For the past half a century, Erewhon had been at war almost every day. Between the nobles, the people of Erewhon, and the undead of Madara, large and small battles took place every month in this ancient kingdom. He first went to the battlefield with the old Duke Grimoires at the age of 14, and was already a qualified military noble at the age of 16. He had even participated in the Second Holy War. Although he hadn't experienced the most dangerous battles, he had more or less experienced. He could be considered a veteran of hundreds of battles. Duke Grimoires knew very well that in a war, not everything would go according to plan. Only those who had not really commanded a battle would naively think that the war was going according to plan. Whoever had a better plan would win. But the truth was far from that. For those who were familiar with war, a real war was more like a great adventure that depended on luck. Especially in a huge battlefield like this, which was more than 10 kilometers deep, both sides involved in the war were almost blind. The side that had control of the sky and the strength of the wizards might have a better plan, but the inefficient command and the speed of the army's response would make the original plan full of loopholes. When it came to the battlefield, it was not so much a competition of who had a better plan, but who had better luck and fewer mistakes. If one side in a battle made an unforgivable low-level mistake, then the balance of the war would often tilt because of it. And this kind of mistake was often unavoidable. Sometimes, both sides of a war would repeatedly make multiple mistakes, and in the end, it would become the will of Lady Martha to decide the victory of the battle. For now, although there were more or less unexpected situations on the battlefield, such as the situation with Orda, they were still within an acceptable range. The Bugha's plan was very clever. Except for the part where the executors were the southern nobles, the other parts of the plan were perfectly reproduced. Everything was going well, but Duke Grimoires still felt uneasy. He felt that he had missed something. He opened his eyes again with some annoyance, stood up from the table, and paced back and forth. He admired the Bugha's efficient execution. It was said that the White Lion Guards commanded by the descendants of Darius had shown such a standard, but Duke Grimoires scoffed at it. At least in the current battle, the other side did not show such a standard, although their individual tactical accomplishments and strength were indeed far superior to their peers in Erewhon's country. The difference between the two was so obvious, so where did his worry come from? Duke Grimoires himself could not figure it out. He walked back to the table, picked up his pipe, and seemed to be ready to light it up. But in his irritation, he really did not have the patience to complete the delicate work of filling the pipe and lighting the fire, so he put the pipe down again. Then he heard footsteps outside the tent, and knew that the knight he had sent out had finally returned. The Duke finally could not hold back the uneasiness in his heart. He lifted the curtain of the tent and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did you find out what happened in Orda's direction?" He suddenly stopped talking. He saw his knight standing in front of him with a pale face and a crushed helmet in his hands, trembling. The pitch-black helmet looked like a common knight's helmet in the Southern Territory, and it was stained with blood. "What's wrong?" Duke Grinoelson's face was calm. His deep-set hazel eyes were fixed on the helmet. "My lord. Baron Gorham, what happened to him?" "The Baron, he has died for his country, and his knight." This is the news sent back by the Buga wizards. What's going on here? The Duke suppressed the anger in his voice and asked in a deep voice, aren't they north of Orda? Did they attack without my orders? The knight's Adam's apple bobbed, and he could not say a word. What happened to Orda? My lord, Orda has been taken back by the Tanajul, and no one escaped. The Tanajul launched a counterattack, and they have passed Emden. Gorham and his men are all cavalrymen. Why didn't any of them escape? Although Duke Grenoires was not angry yet, his calm tone was enough to silence his knights. They trembled as they handed over the helmet in their hands and replied, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. My lord, this is the relic of Baron Gorham that the Buga brought back. Duke Grenoires waved the knight's helmet away in annoyance. The bloody helmet fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. He finally said angrily, why do I need this damn thing? Oh right, where are the Buga? Didn't they make it in time? The knight almost buried his head in the ground. My lord, the Buga wizards have also suffered losses. They are gathering their men to encircle the Tanajul. Very well. How much longer do they need? I knew it. These damned bastards are unreliable. Duke Grenoires turned and walked back into the tent. He angrily swept the things on the table to the ground, making a series of clanking noises. Tell me. How big is the Tanajul army? What is their composition? Where did they get into our encirclement? How many wizards do they have? Where is their direction of attack? My lord. The knight hesitated, we still don't know who they are. Some people say they are the White Lion Guards that were originally stationed in Orda, but we don't know where they got into our encirclement from. They don't seem to have wizards. They don't have wizards. That's nonsense. Duke Grenoires said angrily, if they don't have wizards, how could they wipe out Baron Gorham and his knight squires? How could they let the Buga suffer so much? Did this army come from Schaflund? That's not it, my lord, the knight immediately replied, Schaflund is still peaceful. Our men stationed in that direction haven't encountered any problems. We'll contact them every 5 minutes. Very well, Duke Grenoires sighed, what about this army? They left Orda and attacked Emden. Where are they going next? Fort Maxon? Tegan? Chapter 1484. My lord, the knight replied awkwardly, the last news came from the scouts of the Southern Legion's second column who were resting at the north of Emden. We have a total of 50 light cavalrymen there. They had returned to Fort Menta to rest after completing their mission to scout the direction of Schaflund. Very well. Tell me what they found. The last news they sent back was that the army was moving towards Paris. Paris? Duke Grenoelson gasped. They're going to attack Welland Ferry? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to kill me? He was so angry that his beard and hair stood on end, and he almost repeated this sentence several times. The poor knight could not help but tremble when he saw the blue veins on his usually elegant and calm lord's forehead clearly visible, as if he was about to swallow someone whole. Duke Grenoires took a few deep breaths. The Ord River flowed through Fort Menta and turned south to flow into Schaflund's territory. Furthermore, Welland Ferry was located on the southern shore of the river near the East Minte forest. Trenthium's attack in that direction was obviously not to support Fort Minte, nor to threaten Tegan, which was further north. It was because they were going in the opposite direction. The enemy clearly had only one goal, and that was to attack the main camp of the Noble Alliance between Paris and Menta. This was an audacious act that did not respect the Duke at all. But after Duke Grenoires said this, he suddenly realized something. He stopped and asked, you said this is the last message from the scouts? Yes, because the Buga sorcerers saw from the sky that these poor scouts had been defeated, and in fact, not a single one of them escaped from that battle. The poor young knight could not help but look at the blood-stained helmet on the ground. Unless I'm crazy, the Duke of Grenoires repeated, unless I'm crazy, I won't believe it. But tell me what happened. If a wizard saw it all, then he must know what happened. Why did an entire squadron of light cavalry not make it out alive? Did Orda have an entire legion of Trenthium's troops stationed there before? Or did they have an archmage among them? By the way, you mentioned that damned Blade Master to me. Are you going to tell me that he's a supreme Blade Master? My lord, the knight replied in a trembling voice. My lord, the wizard said that the poor scouts all committed suicide. Enough, are you kidding me? My lord, I'm telling the truth. The wizard was also terrified. He saw it with his own eyes, and he wanted me to tell you that the Blade Master was indeed a supreme Blade Master. He seems to have mastered a domain that can make people hallucinate. Well, that's why the Bugas called for their friends. My noble gentlemen are also afraid? Duke Grenoires was so angry that he laughed. He could not help but swear. A supreme Blade Master who has mastered a domain related to illusions. There's no such person in Erewhon. All right, that's enough. He waved his hand. Let me calm down. Get out of here. When I think about it, I'll tell you what to do. Now there's a damned madman here who wants to lead a group of outlaws to take my head. Let him come, I'll wait for him here. My lord, get out. The knight retreated from the tent in a panic. After a while, rustling sounds could be heard from outside the tent. Duke Grenoires looked up and saw a man lift the curtain of the tent and walk in. He narrowed his eyes and saw that the man was the usurper from Yenbao. Seeing this man, Duke Grenoires was reminded of his damned agreement with the Bugas. This is the agreement between you and these damned Bugas? He could not help but mock. Looks like you're very angry, my lord. The man laughed. Is this my negligence that caused our allies to fall into such a situation? Shut your stinking mouth, usurper. This mess is your plan? Now you're telling me that the Covardo royal family has a supreme Blade Master who has mastered illusions. A supreme Blade Master. Duke Grenoires said with a dark expression. Even in the Holy War, the empires did not send out such a powerful person. Do you really understand what that means? Look at those damned Bugas, they're already pissing their pants in fear. Hearing the title of usurper, the man's face turned gloomy, but he still smiled. They're just some apprentices. The real powerful wizard Sassard is not here. You have to believe in the strength of our allies. I believe in your strength, but that doesn't mean I'll be kept in the dark. Duke Grenoires said angrily. He pulled out his sword and placed it on the man's neck. If you intend to use my men as cannon fodder, I'll make you regret it. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes, but he did not show any fear. He only reached out and pushed the sword away. Looks like you're scared out of your wits. My lord Duke, he's just a supreme Blade Master. If he wants to die here, then let him. Just a supreme Blade Master? Duke Grenoires looked at the man in front of him strangely. Are you all crazy? Just one Mephisto is enough to make the Cruz Empire suffer. He was only a quasi-supreme Blade Master when he became famous. The Holy Cathedral of Fire only has a few supreme Blade Masters like him. The great saint of the Holy Cathedral of Fire is already a sage, the man replied. Besides, it's not like Erewhon didn't have such a powerful person, but that was decades ago. He looked into Duke Grenoires' eyes. All right, I'll find a way to win your trust, my lord. Trust is earned through action, and that's understandable. How about you let my army deal with this supreme Blade Master? Duke Grenoires looked at the man suspiciously. If possible, he did not want to believe a single word that came out of the man's mouth. But the situation was obviously not up to him. Although I think you're courting death, that's your choice. I won't stop you. If you're in trouble, you'd better not come to me. He replied, also, I think you'd better find a way to make the Bugas move faster. I'd rather trust them than you. Of course I'll need the help of the wizards, but if it's just to stop those arrogant people, it won't be so troublesome. Count Yenbao sneered. My lord, you just have to wait here for my good news. I hope it's not your head that's sent back. Of course, Grand Duke Grenoires would never say such a thing out loud. He just silently looked at the blood-stained helmet on the ground and thought to himself. Matthew sat firmly in the saddle, fully clothed. His shining breastplate was adorned with the candlelight medal he had won during the First War of the Black Roses. His spear was hanging from the saddle, and his hand was holding the family's ancestral sword, the Tooth of Turan. His body was as straight as a javelin. The north wind on the battlefield could not disorient this rider in the slightest. Instead, it lifted up his scarlet cloak like a beautiful flag. Forward, forward, maintain the formation. Matthew tried to control his soldiers to keep the formation intact as they crossed the river bank. It was a difficult challenge in this weather. People were constantly freezing and falling, and were immediately washed away by the bone-chilling river. But no one cared about the fallen men because they could not stand up again. The knight in charge of the supervision held a long whip and kept driving the noble's private soldiers forward. The knights at the front had already crossed the beach. They dismounted from their saddles and immediately wiped their mounts with dry cloth. The war horses of the southern army were Grenoir's horses with the blood of magical beasts. These horses were born in the highlands and were extremely resistant to cold. However, they could not stand the terrible weather in this world of ice and snow. Further away, the knight was regrouping. The horses' hooves stepped on the snow, kicking up fine snow as they moved forward. Matthew's vanguard was attacking 7 or 8 manors, fortresses, and villages in the forest east of Menta. For both sides, the attack and defense of a fortress was not limited to the fortress itself. Although the defense system of Menta Fortress was simple, it still included a series of acropolises around it. In addition to the main road leading from Orda to Abes, the manors and villages in the forest also blocked the army's way to Schaflund. The Tonagel garrison was distributed in the forest. For Matthew, the commander in charge of commanding these local garrison troops was quite a clever opponent. The opponent's forces were limited, but they resisted in an orderly manner. At least so far, there were no signs of collapse. Matthew understood that the Duke was not satisfied with the progress in this direction, but his men were a mess, and not everyone obeyed his command. For example, on both sides of the river bank, there were 7 to 8 noble knights and feudal lords. Altogether, there were about 700 to 800 people. However, there were different orders, which seriously slowed down the speed of their march. What was more serious was that the noble knight was not only undisciplined and disobedient, but they also wanted to preserve their strength. No one was a fool in this war. The nobles would not work for others. It seemed that these nobles were hoping that the attack in the direction of Menta Fortress would make progress, so that they could win without a fight. Chapter 1485. Thinking of this, Matthew could not help but sigh. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things that were too far away from him. The only thing he had to think about was how to take down the Tonagel's line of defense. The nobles had already taken down 3 or 4 villages, but they did not gain much. The Tonagel had retreated to the south bank of the Ord River to build a line of defense. Among them, Baron Gorham from Blackwater Bay was the fastest. According to the previous news, he had already taken down Emden, which was not far to the west of here. It was estimated that he would soon join forces with the attack from Orda. Hurry up. Matthew rubbed his frozen hands and shouted to his men, "Take down the manor in front of us. You can do whatever you want. The women and the property are all yours. But hurry up and don't let anyone else get to them first." The knight roared in agreement, but the footmen were still numb. Those things would not fall on their heads anyway. They dragged their feet forward in this weather, or fell down somewhere and could not get up again. It was all because of the knight's sword hanging over their heads. In this mood, the stiff soldiers finally reached the beach. The knight first ordered the archers to shoot a wave of fire arrows into the forest, but it was not ideal in such weather. The low temperature made the bows brittle, and the fire was not easy to ignite. A round of volley broke many bowstrings, and the rain of arrows could only be said to be an empty shell. But Matthew did not care about this. He immediately ordered the footmen to get into battle formation and advance into the forest. The Tonagel's line of defense loomed outside the manor. The opponent had well-maintained magic crossbows, which could still be lethal from 200 steps away in such a climate. Matthew could not help but curse the Tonagel's extravagance. Sure enough, the sound of bowstrings was soon heard from the front. Several footmen in the front row fell to the ground, and a commotion immediately broke out in the ranks. Matthew cursed when he saw this. However, he was familiar with such a situation. He immediately ordered the supervisors to step forward and kill a few soldiers who were hesitating. After that, the team was reorganized. Matthew knew very well that the enemy's number was not large, which was their biggest disadvantage. As long as his side remained stable, the enemy would not be able to resist. This was how they had won the previous battles. As expected, the Tanajil army began to retreat. Now, they still had some defensive depth, but their military strength was far from enough. When the other party had no space to retreat, it would be the time for the real showdown. Matthew was full of confidence. He saw that the tattered AB's collar emblem in the forest kept retreating. He did not know what happened in the end. Perhaps the flag bearer was killed, but the flag shook and fell down. Tanajil's rats are retreating again. The rebel army finally cheered, or rather, rejoiced. They don't dare to be our enemy. Chase after them and kill them. Similar scenes were playing out on the battlefield in Maxon Hill. The sudden appearance of the rebel army had almost defeated the local defenders of Maxon, who were caught off guard. Apart from the sporadic resistance, the Trentheim people were constantly retreating, or even being annihilated in most places. Matthew turned his head and saw that the southern nobles' flags had also been erected in Welland's direction. Flags representing their occupation were being erected south of the Ord River beach. The progress of the nobles' army had begun to accelerate, or rather, the Tanajil's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. It seems that we're going to win, Matthew thought to himself. But at that moment, the noble flag that had just been erected on the hill in the direction of Welland's ferry suddenly collapsed. Matthew happened to see this scene. He saw a knight rushing up the hill from the other side and cutting down the flag bearer with his sword. Matthew looked at all of this in horror. It must be the Tanajil cavalry, but why did they still have a fighting force here at this time? Not only did they not retreat, but they also attacked the Allied army's front line? Were these people crazy? He watched as one knight after another appeared on the mountaintop. The pitiful nobles' private soldiers that had occupied the mountaintop were all killed. The knights disdainfully threw the nobles' flags that had been chopped off on the ground. Then, another flag appeared on the mountaintop. The first thing that appeared was a spear tip engraved with the silver motif of the Erewhon sacred lily. Then, the whole flag jumped up from the back of the hill. Matthew narrowed his eyes. It was not the battle flag of the White Lion Guards. Nor was it the heraldic flag of the ABs. It was a silver square flag that fluttered in the wind. The flag was painted with tassels, and a red ribbon surrounded by a silver star and a white moon. Under the star and moon was the sacred emblem of the royal family of Cavardo. It was the flag of the Erewhon sacred lily. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He quickly bit off the grass root in his mouth and spat it on the ground. He turned around and shouted to his knight, "Line up! Line up! Let the spearmen move forward." A row of knight appeared on the hill, followed by a second row and a third row. They lined up neatly and rushed down the hill. Their silver armor shone under the bright sunlight, like a silver wave, and they directly swallowed the nobles' private soldiers who were fleeing down the hill in panic. In fact, there was another nobles' army between them and the hill, but when Matthew saw the actions of the unlucky bastard, he knew that they could not save themselves or help him in any way. He could only pray that those damn idiots would not do him more harm than good. These Tanajil people must be crazy. Matthew's mind was in a mess. He finally realized who his opponent was. It was the Tanajil White Lion Knight. They must have come from Orda. But they dared to attack the front line of the Ord River. The noble knight not far away from him finally reacted. He hurriedly ordered his spearmen to turn around and regroup, but it was already too late. The riverbank began to tremble, and a silver wave had already appeared in the distance. Some people began to scream as they retreated. The remaining pikemen formed a thin line that could not stop the terrifying army. They were defeated in a single charge. Matthew saw with his own eyes that the noble knight was stabbed off his horse with a spear, and then his skull was crushed. His eyeballs splattered out with white brain matter and fell into a pile of snow. Their opponents showed no mercy. They did not show mercy because they were nobles. This was completely against the rules of Erewhon war. Even the undead of Madara would try their best to keep the noble knight alive in exchange for a large ransom later. These people must be demons. Matthew could not help but tremble. For the first time, he felt that his courage was not enough on the battlefield. He almost subconsciously retreated at that moment, but years of experience on the battlefield made him sober up. At this moment, he must not retreat. Retreat meant death. Several sorcerers suddenly appeared in the sky. These blue-robed sarcered sorcerers flew across the sky above his head and went straight for the White Lion Knights that had suddenly appeared. It was the Byugas. Matthew rejoiced that he was saved, but he had some doubts in his heart. Since when were there Byuga wizards monitoring the battlefield in his direction? The silver folks reacted too quickly, and there were 4 of them at once. He had never seen so many Byuga's wizards appear on the battlefield together since the battle in Ranner. The most time they were deployed was when they fought the Valkyrie Knight. It was said that the battle was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, he just missed that battle. The scene of 4 silver wizards joining forces made Matthew's blood boil. Although he knew that the other party did not care about a worthless noble knight like him in Erewhon, he still felt that it was worthwhile to be able to fight side by side with these powerful existences. The White Lion Knight had completely torn apart the scattered formation of the noble Lord Spearman in front of them, like a hot knife cutting through butter, without any hindrance. They continued to move forward and then swallowed up those who turned and fled, leaving almost no one alive. The river bank was covered in blood in an instant. The remaining knights of the noble lord roared and greeted them, but what awaited them was a similar fate. The legendary knights were more terrible than they imagined, and they were almost torn to pieces in an instant. Matthew had never seen such a bloody battle. It was said that only in a few battlefields in the Second Holy War, when the 2 sides were entangled in a frenzy, could there be a loss of 70 to 80%. As for the kind of battle where only 1 out of 10 survived, every soldier who had experienced such a nightmare was known as the survivor of a long war. His heart almost trembled with the sound of the other party's hooves, but the wizards above him finally gave him some courage and forced him to order his men to stand firm. Perhaps the miserable fate of the deserters in front of them had stimulated these numb noble private soldiers a little. No one in Matthew's team turned and retreated. Although the footmen were trembling and their formation was crooked, the triple spear formation at least gave them some psychological comfort. Matthew gasped for breath, trying to calm his nervous mind. Fortunately, his experience in the War of the Black Rose finally calmed him down a little. Chapter 1486. When the last noble knight on the battlefield was beheaded, the White Lion Knights did not stop and continued to charge in Matthew's direction. There were not many of them, but their aura was so powerful that the riverbank trembled slightly. The White Lion Knights were mounted knights, but when they mounted their warhorses, they were the most powerful cavalry in the kingdom. Lower, the spears. Matthew felt that his voice was out of tune. He had never been so nervous, not even when he was facing an army of skeletons during the First War of the Black Roses. He knew that if he lost this battle, he would not have the chance to regret it. The rows of spearmen lowered their spears. Then, a spell descended from the sky and landed on these inferior spears, causing the tips of the spears to shine with a faint purple light. Enchantment spell. Matthew was startled, and he subconsciously raised his head. Only then did he realize that a wizard had cast a spell on his team. This discovery made him extremely excited. With the enchantment of the spell, the spearman could finally threaten the knight. Of course, he might not be able to win, but at least his opponents would be wary of him. It would be best if they could bypass him and go for the weaklings behind him. At this critical juncture, Matthew could not help but think of preserving his strength. Unfortunately, the choice was not in his hands. He was soon shocked to find that the White Lion Knights seemed to be dismissive of his battle formation. The Tonagel Knights did not even stop for a moment and charged directly at him. Matthew even faintly heard a person giving an order. "Speed up, charge." It was a calm, but very young male voice. "Are you crazy?" Matthew almost wanted to shout at the lunatics opposite him. No matter what, the spearmen were still a threat to the riders. In a normal battle, even the most radical way of doing things was to constantly adjust the formation of the spearmen and then kill them with a single blow. How could they fight head-on like this? But he did not have time to think so much because the threat was right in front of him. Every spearman clenched their spears, and Matthew once again drew his sword. He knew that success or failure depended on this. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, just as the noble knight was about to shout, "Raise your spears," he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. This was because he saw a silver ripple sweeping out from between the White Lion Knights, hitting him right in the middle. At that moment, Matthew felt an irresistible force pulling his arm up, turning the long sword in his hand upside down, and piercing his own throat with the sword. "Ah! Ah!" Matthew screamed and tried in vain to pull his sword out, but all he could grab was a spurt of blood. He felt that his strength was disappearing, and his vision was spinning. He saw the Tanajal knight rushing away from the spearmen who panicked because of the loss of command, knocking the poor men to the ground and trampling them to death. He saw that the thin formation was almost pierced through, and the soldiers fled in panic, screaming, and crashing into their nearby allies. Matthew closed his eyes in pain, but at the last moment of his life, he saw something crossing the sky and sliding down from his gradually dimming vision. In the end, the noble knight fell limply from his saddle and landed on his back. But the battle on the battlefield had just begun. For spells were intertwined in the sky. They were 4 silver lines that traversed the heavens and the earth. When cast by the Sasaldian wizards, they almost had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. For beams of light swept through the forest, and hundreds of hectares of woodland evaporated into ashes. The spells cut the ground like sharp blades. When they swept across the frozen Ord River and shot toward the White Lion Knight, even the river water was cut into 4 sections. The ice in the river evaporated and rolled back, revealing the pebbled riverbed. But Brando just looked at this scene coldly. These people dared to use string magic in front of him. Compared to Senior, this level of draconic magic was simply a joke. He pulled out Extermination. This dark and twisted holy sword looked like a piece of scrap iron, but its curved blade was pregnant with the meaning of cutting all laws. He activated the superior authority. Cut into the 3rd layer of the Tiamat network. Cut off the source of the magic transmission. This series of actions was completed in an instant when Brando swung his sword. The 4 silver lines shattered in mid-air, but it was far from over. Because the connection between order and space was also cut off, the Sasaldian wizard's flying spell also failed, and they fell directly from mid-air. And this time, there was no longer a magic shield to protect them from harm. The bodies of the silver folk fell from a height of 100 meters to the ground, and the final result was nothing more than a pile of mud. Descend. Descend. Descend quickly, the opponent has anti-magic means. Some of the Sasaldian wizards, who were a little further away from Brando and had luckily escaped, were frightened by this scene and fled far away. The leader of the wizards among them shouted at the top of his lungs to signal the others to descend immediately. Brando held the dark and twisted longsword in his hand and looked around at the sky. In the area where the White Lion Knight was, there was no longer a Sasaldian wizard who dared to stay in midair. Holy Sword of Extermination. In the sky in another direction, wizards in gray or blue robes were gathering. However, everyone had a serious look on their faces, and some of them were even frowning. Edo, Huggins is dead, so are Depana and Carla. With the Holy Sword of Extermination, the opponent should be that person. He really did come back. Gather everyone. Aween's scouts made a mistake in their judgment. The opponent is definitely not a sword saint who specializes in illusions. A dignified voice rang out, causing everyone to turn around and look at the speaker. The person who spoke was Hollis Finn. He was a respected wizard among the Sasaldians, second only to Wizard Sasaldian. He was also the leader of this operation. He was a stern-looking, old-fashioned middle-aged man with 2 strange snow-white eyebrows on his handsome face. The sharp eyes hidden under the snow-white eyebrows glanced at everyone present and continued, "That is the elemental power of time and space, known as the law closest to the truth next to the power of existence. Our opponent is abnormally strong. He may have been taught by 2 men. I alone may not be a match for him. My lord," the wizards expressed their opinions, "we don't need to fight him alone. Since the target has appeared, shouldn't we inform the other side to enter the field? Hollis nodded. That's what I was thinking. As for the few unlucky fellows who died at Brando's hands, no one mentioned them anymore. The death of those apprentices was not a big deal to the Bugis. Although every silver person was extremely noble, the number of apprentices who died in various experiments every year was not small. Before they had the ability to become official wizards, even the Bugis themselves were just cannon fodder. It was just that the Bugis' requirements for official wizards were much higher than that of mortals. Only those who were true wizards were the most valuable assets of the Sasaldian alliance. On the plains on both sides of the Ord River, the battle between the Tanajul and the army of the southern border had just begun. The sacrifice of 2 lords in a row finally bought enough time for the others to react. The horn sounded. Except for a small number of people who chose to retreat at the first moment, the various noble armies chose to obey the order at the first moment and surrounded Brando and his White Lion Knight from both sides of the Ord River. This was a strange sight on the battlefield. The army from the north of the Ord River was closing in on a small dot on the battlefield, and in the middle of that dot was a group of Trentheim cavalry that was as weak as it could be. My lord, what do we do next? Forward. Forward? Faced with such a tight encirclement, even the most daring person could not help but want to retreat. Although the White Lion Knight guards that Brando had groomed were the most outstanding youths of the Tanajul and even Erewhon, they could not help but feel that there was no chance of victory in the current situation. Brando turned around and looked at the captain of the knight behind him. He was a rather handsome young man, and could even be said to be somewhat beautiful. He still had a childish air to him, and there were faint freckles on his face. His hair was a little curly, and his light brown eyes shone with an unusually determined light. Are you afraid? Of course not. It's just that my lord. Brando held judgment in his hand and pointed to the front. The brown bear on the coat of arms is the coat of arms of the Cade family. This family is known for producing cowards, and they dare to show off in front of you. I want you to charge forward and pierce through the formation of those cowards. Poke a hole in the encirclement of the rebels. Is that okay? The knight took a deep breath. Hot blood surged in their hearts. They were going to fight side by side with the most legendary hero of Erewhon. It was only a few simple words, but they felt as if they were invincible. Blow the horn, Brando said. The knight turned around and focused their gazes on the young knight captain. The latter quietly removed the white horn strap from his shoulder and lifted it with both hands. Another kind of deep horn sounded in the vast wilderness. The sound resonated with the wind, like the echo of the north wind, and echoed on both sides of the Ord River. The knight loosened the reins of their horses, sheathed their swords, and unsheathed their spears from under their saddles in unison. The magic runes on the White Lion armor were activated at this moment, and the light of magic flashed. The warhorse began to trot and gradually increased its speed. The ground rumbled. Chapter 1487. There was a faint humming sound in the north wind, and it passed through the battle cries, mixed with the snowflakes, and fell on the broken city wall. Maynard suddenly pricked up her ears. She stood up from the tower and looked thoughtfully in the direction of the perforation. There, in the direction of the old river, there was a vast expanse of white. In the distance, the shadow of the East Mintai forest hung in the sky like a dark cloud. The banners of various nobles were faintly discernible on the horizon. Lady Maynard, it's not advisable for you to move now. As soon as Redo walked into the tower, he saw the female knight's actions and could not help but remind her, you'd better rest. We can still hold on for a while after we join forces. And for some reason, the Bugis seem to have left. Did you hear that? What? Sound? Maynard looked back at the veteran and replied, it's the sound of a horn. That's the sound of a dragon horn. It's deeper than the usual horn sound. I've heard it once on the battlefield of Ampere Seal. Redo was slightly startled, thinking that the lady was hallucinating. But out of courtesy, he still listened carefully. But after a moment, the veteran's expression changed and he turned and rushed out. Maynard followed him out. Heavy snow was falling on the city wall. The rebel army's attack seemed to have stopped temporarily. The Bugis in the sky were also nowhere to be seen. Only the rebel camp in the distance was faintly discernible in the snow. The two stood by the battlements and looked in the direction of the old river. They could vaguely see the movement of the rebel army. Something seemed to be happening in that direction. "Look over there," Maynard suddenly spoke. Leto followed her gaze and saw a flag breaking through the heavy encirclement of the rebel army. The flag dashed left and right among the various noble banners, like a reef in a storm, standing firm in the midst of the raging waves. "That direction is Orda's reinforcements?" He frowned. "There are too few of them." "What are they doing?" "They're courting death." "No," Maynard hesitated for a moment. "The sound of the horn is..." The two of them suddenly froze. "Who is that? Who is commanding that army?" The Tanajal soldiers in the forest looked at each other. Their gazes pierced through the shadows of the trees, through the forest, and stared at the lone army on the north bank of the Ord River. He was like a lone knight who had fallen into a tight encirclement, but his opponents were unable to do anything to him. "They've killed their way through the Cade family." "Oh my God!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. "They have a chance now. Those damned Southerners haven't had the time to readjust their formation yet." "Oh, Martha, they reacted so quickly and made such a perfect judgment. Where did these knights come from?" But no one answered his question. Everyone held their breath as they watched the miraculous scene in front of them. The huge rebel army was actually disrupted by a mere 100 or so cavalrymen. The entire huge front line was being moved by this lone army. The rebel army, which was originally attacking the south from all directions, was now slowly turning around. The Tanajal defenders who were fighting the rebel army on various fronts found that the pressure in front of them was gradually decreasing. When the sound of the horn reverberated across the vast wilderness, the sound of the horn echoed across the vast wilderness. Everyone couldn't help but have such a thought. "It's time to counterattack. That's the horn," someone reacted. "They're calling for us." "I've heard such a long sound before." It was on the battlefield of Ampere Seal, a White Lion knight recalled and said with slight excitement, "That's the White Lion Legion's counterattack trombone. Our Lord once led us to launch a counterattack against the nobles in the north with such a sound." "Then what are we waiting for?" "Look, they've raised the banner." "Oh my God, what banner is that?" Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads. Beside the silver lily flag fluttering in the stormy waves, a swallow-tailed flag was slowly rising. It was a sharp sword, the silhouette of Butchie's black pine leaves, the shadow of a golden dragon, and a blood-red vulture's tail flower as an ornament. The golden dragon was the family emblem of the Cardoloso family. The black pine of Butchie symbolized the beginning of a legend. The sharp sword was the symbol of the kingdom. The vulture's tail flower decorated the Caligo people's gentle and refined temperament. In the entire Erewhon kingdom, only one person was worthy of this flag. He was the hero in the hearts of every Erewhon people, and a godlike existence in Tanajal. Everyone stood in place in a daze. For a moment, they didn't know what words to use to express their feelings at this moment. Until another long sound of the horn came from within Fort Minty. It echoed the long sound of the horn from afar. Two long sounds of the horn, one high and one low, echoed each other on the battlefield. The Tanajal people finally came to their senses. Everyone looked at their companions and comrades beside them, and saw the same kind of passion in each other's eyes. "His lordship is back. Fight for Erewhon." The knight shouted and rushed out of the battlefield. Looking down from the sky, it seemed as if a silver wave had suddenly appeared in East Mindy Forest. Although their numbers weren't large, at this moment, they heavily struck the flank of the rebel army that was turning around. Sir Don Higgins could almost hear the sound of his teeth shattering. Why couldn't they stop a mere 100 cavalrymen? The armies of more than a dozen nobles kept surging forward, but they were constantly scattered by the enemy. An army of thousands could not stop a group of light cavalry that was 10 times their number. They could not even slow down the enemy's speed. Until he saw the silver-winged heavy cavalry of the Southern Legion that came from the north of Silverman being scattered by a mere 100 young knights, the confidence in his heart finally shattered. The light cavalry was turning around again, and their target was finally him. Sir Don Higgins instinctively told himself not to retreat. He was the commander-in-chief of the mixed army in this direction. If his men retreated, it would cause more than just a rout. Duke Grinoelson would kill him for that. But his rationality was defeated by his emotions, because there was a deeper voice in his heart that told him that if he didn't retreat, he would die here. He gave an order that couldn't be any more normal. Run. Sir Don Higgins and his troops turned around and retreated. The loosening of the rebel army's main formation caused a series of chain reactions. In the vast wilderness on the north bank of the Ord River, this temporary retreat turned into an avalanche in an instant. More and more people joined in this inexplicable retreat. It was as if it had started from a certain point, causing the whole area to break and fall apart. Brando sat on the back of his horse and just watched this scene calmly. In this era, the nobles' troops were so trashy. If it weren't for him, they would have been eliminated by the undead of Madara in the First and Second War of the Black Roses. Unfortunately, these people didn't know it. However, the knights around him were very excited because of this. The young men originally had the determination to die. They bravely and fearlessly accompanied their liege to charge into the trap. The surging blood and accelerated adrenaline made them not afraid of death at all. But to everyone's surprise, they actually succeeded. But they knew who it was because of. When they charged towards the spearmen of the Cade family, they realized that they weren't as cowards as their lord had described. On the contrary, the soldiers of the family with the brown bear as their emblem were all brave and fearless. They were the best nobles' private soldiers they had ever seen. However, it was at that moment that a powerful force of order suddenly descended upon everyone. When they turned around in shock, they discovered that their lord could actually extend the lines of law to a place 100 meters away and bless everyone with his elemental power. At that moment, the outcome was decided. The charge of 100 White Lion Knights, under the enhancement of the power of law, was almost equivalent to 100 elemental realm experts of the same level charging towards the spearmen of the Cade family. Even if this family was known for their bravery and fearlessness, it was useless. The young knights didn't understand what it meant to have this power bestowed upon them by their lord. This was because it was like the legend of the Cruise Knight, the 24 followers of the Wind Empress, and their king from 1,000 years ago. Like any ancient legend or myth, it was gradually buried under the dust of history. This was the power of the sage. When the core forces of the Noble Alliance were defeated, there was no one left on the battlefield who could stop this force. The battlefield was already in chaos. The banners of various nobles fled north in the wind and snow. Brando ordered the young White Lion Knights not only to lock down Don Higgins's army, but also to disperse any noble army that could possibly regroup on the battlefield. This would prevent the rebel army from organizing a counterattack and accelerate the process of their defeat. Soon, the defeated rebel army gradually scattered to the sides, opening up a path in the middle. Brando raised his head and noticed that an orderly army had appeared in the snow a mile or two away. This army was dressed in the same gray battle robes, a dark haze covering the horizon. When the knights saw the other party's banner, they couldn't help but turn to Brando. "My lord, they are," Brando waved his hand, stopping the knight's words. He had already recognized that it was the banner of Yenbao. He had long heard of this rebel army from the north and knew that they were involved in the plan to murder Prince Levin. Chapter 1488. When Yenbao's army appeared in Brando's field of vision, a loud voice came from the sky. "You really came back at the last moment, Count Tonagel, Mr. Brando, the grandson of the sword Saint Darius. Just like all the fairy tales and stories. It is a heroic knight who returns to the land at the last moment of the story to save the people who are suffering. How perfect." The voice thundered in the gloomy sky. It sneered and said, "Unfortunately, reality is reality. Since we have already expected you to appear at this moment, don't you think you are too arrogant to appear here alone?" At this time, there was a sudden scream in front of them. The noble's army seemed to have stopped in that position, and there was a commotion. Brando raised his hand and signaled the Knight of the White Lion Guards to slow down. He looked up and saw the tragedy that was happening in that direction. There seemed to be a few huge portals in the wilderness. The portals slowly rotated, and behemoths with a crystal luster slowly walked out of these portals. These behemoths trampled into the crowd, and many of the noble soldiers were directly trampled into meat paste. Although Brando did not have any good feelings for these people who reaped what they sowed, he could not help but frown when he saw this scene. God, what kind of monsters are these? Are they on our side? That's Count Yenbao's voice. Ah. At this moment, screams had already filled the air. Although the nobles and suzerains were fearful of the Trenthium's pursuit, the terrifying monsters in front of them were a much more direct threat. They pushed and retreated, slowly creeping towards the Trenthium's front line. Brando only let the young White Lion guards kill the idiots who dared to rush into their formation in panic. As for the others, he did not continue to pursue. In fact, not only him, but the Tanajul people on the entire front line stopped. Obviously, everyone's attention was attracted by these new enemies. Suddenly, there was a new wave of screams and screams in front of them. An overwhelming number of Yetis swarmed out of another portal. These Yeti species had no feelings and almost no individual intelligence, so naturally, they attacked the first target they saw in front of them, so the nobles who were the slowest to escape bore the brunt of their attack. These terrifying dusk species were one of the most ruthless creatures in the world. They quickly flapped their thin wings and swept across the battlefield. Their open forelimbs were like sharp blades, directly cutting between the necks of the nobles and knights. The nobles of the southern territory fell one by one, and the area in front of the portal seemed to have turned into a bloody azure field in an instant. Sir, Brando stopped his knight, whose expression had changed. He raised his head and silently looked at the gloomy sky. Over there, ring-shaped magic circles were unfolding one after another. It was as if a silver beam of light was shooting from the horizon, passing through these slowly rotating ring-shaped magic circles. The light rays converged outside the magic circles, forming silver battleships. However, these warships did not have the silver unicorn insignia of Kanaiji. Instead, they had pitch-black eyeballs on their sails. Those abstract eyes were looking at the land with a cold expression. It was the Sasaldian fleet. When this huge fleet appeared in the sky above Menta, Maynard immediately walked down the city walls. However, the copper dragon Redo grabbed her arm from behind, saying sternly, "What are you doing, Miss Maynard?" The knight was silent for a moment. "I can't let Mr. Brando face all of this alone. Even if I die, I want this kingdom to die with me. I thought you didn't like his lordship, Mr. Redo. Now is not the time for jokes." Maynard frowned and replied with some dissatisfaction. "Huh, it's just a joke." Redo laughed, but he shook his head. "You don't know his lordship well. Look at him, these pitiful creatures can't do anything to him." Maynard was slightly stunned. "His lordship is good at everything, but he has a bad habit of slapping people in the face." Redo sighed. "If it were me, I wouldn't have said so much nonsense to that guy. They're dead for sure. Just you wait, Miss Maynard. But right now, we do have something to do." "What do you mean?" Maynard turned around and sized up the veteran of the November War. She had always thought that these people were just experienced old soldiers, but the rumors about the survivors of the Long War seemed to be as miraculous as they were said to be. Redo gestured with his chin towards the north. The female knight turned around and raised her eyebrows slightly. "I see." She looked at him deeply and nodded. "I understand. Regardless of whether what you said is true or not, we can indeed go all out." After that, she held the hilt of her sword with one hand, turned around like a typical knight, and walked down the tower. However, Redo clearly saw that the female knight grimaced in pain when she turned around. What a stubborn little girl. He could not help but shake his head and think. Maynard walked down the stairs step by step. The wound on her chest was indeed excruciating, but she didn't seem to feel the waves of pain. She walked down the tower without a change in her expression. What a stubborn little girl. She heard a chuckle. This chuckle made her freeze on the spot. The female knight took in a light breath and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she asked in her heart with a slightly excited and surprised tone, "My lord, you're the only one. You're still alive, Miss Allium Japonicum? I thought you didn't like me." Maynard pursed her lips and did not directly respond to this question, but she still felt that her cheeks were a little hot. We're the same person. There's no such thing as liking or not liking. You're finally willing to admit this. You've finally become mature and strong, Maynard. Allium Japonicum smiled slightly and spoke as if she was talking to her little sister. The female knight did not refute because she felt that the woman's tone was weaker than ever, which made her feel a little uneasy. I've always resisted you, but that's just because I'm afraid. I'm sorry, you're affected by your dreams. You're full of pessimism about the future. You don't believe in anything. This is really like me at that time. Huh, Allium Japonicum smiled gently, but all of this can be changed, Maynard. You should understand that the future is not fixed. The sword of fate is always in our hands. Both Sophie and I, and Brendel, believe in this. That's why we'll never give up on our hopes for tomorrow. In the darkness of the world of thoughts, Maynard felt someone holding her hand. It was a pure spiritual contact, but it made her feel warm. Miss Allium Japonicum, call me sister, okay? Allium Japonicum. Sister. Listen, Maynard, I've given you my fate. I don't know if this is good or bad for you. In the future I see, the existence of the gold folk may not be a good thing for Erewhon. But you have to remember that it's us who created fate, not fate who created you. Allium Japonicum. I may have to sleep for a while. Remember to say hello to Brando for me, Allium Japonicum replied gently. I'm very optimistic about the two of you. You're both my dearest people. Don't worry about me, because I believe in Brando. He'll definitely find a way to save me. All sounds were silenced. Maynard stood on the stone stairs in a daze. She held a snowflake in her hand that was gradually melting. The atmosphere on the battlefield was almost frozen. The two sides that were still fighting each other in the wilderness seemed to have suddenly put down their disputes. The remaining noble lords and their armies scrambled to escape from the terrible monsters. They turned around and fled to the south again. Their original enemies, the Tonajal army and the young men of the White Lion Guards, let them go this time. They let these defeated soldiers pass through their front line and regroup at the rear. Some people were simply scared out of their wits and fled the battlefield directly, but no one paid attention to these people. There were more or less people who stayed behind, but everyone had a look of despair on their faces, as if doomsday had arrived. Even the dullest people understood at this moment that they had been used, especially when they saw those terrifying monsters, those cold and aloof Sasaldians. Their hearts could not help but be filled with fear and dismay. They even did not understand what kind of war they had been involved in. Until Brando spoke. Your appearance reminds me of my own negligence. Brando's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to the current situation. But even though he spoke calmly, his voice spread throughout the entire battlefield, as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. This discovery made all of his enemies among the nobles in the south turn pale with fright and tremble, while all of his allies were shocked and excited. Because this was power, Brando raised his head. All for One usually has 3 representatives with the highest authority in a region. In the south, this representative should be Duke Arek. And in Ampere Seal, there's also a leading figure of the Holy Cathedral. My oversight was that I thought the remaining representative should be from Prince Levin Oneson's side. Chapter 1489. But I never thought it would be you. Brando spoke again. His gaze slowly swept across everyone in the air, including the new Count Yenbao. The other party was standing with the Sasaldians, and his body was blessed with the magical brilliance of the flying spell. His gaze fell on the man, and he replied faintly, Baron Dahl, Count Yenbao's younger brother, I heard that you are just a good-for-nothing addicted to wine and women. I didn't expect the Twilight Dragon to find you with the help of All for One. I don't think you deserve that ring of Krite. For the layout of Erewhon, the Twilight Dragon has really put in a lot of effort. Shut up, Baron Dahl roared, I am Count Yenbao, my damn brother just stole what originally belonged to me. But Brando was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned his gaze directly to the other side, where the silver folk wizards were floating. Of course, there are also the Sasaldians, the noble silver folk of the past, but today they have fallen to become the lackeys of the Twilight Dragon. So this is how the Sasaldian wizard and Vladimir the Great recreated the former glory of the Buygas? What a laughingstock! There was silence on the battlefield. Almost all of the Awin nobles who participated in this war had a change in expression at this moment. After a short silence, a loud commotion broke out. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone had a look of horror. Even if they were willing to believe that the Count Tonajol was lying, everything in front of them, those terrible monsters, all pointed to such a truth that they were unwilling to admit. Everyone trembled. Although they dared to participate in a rebellion to overthrow the royal family of Covardo, they would never lose their minds and join the heretics or even the Twilight Dragon. Civilization and destruction, order and chaos, could never be on the same side. How could this be? These damned royals, damned Duke Grenoirs, damned northern nobles, they lied to us. How could it be? Is the Twilight Dragon coming again? No, I don't want to die yet. Enough, mortal, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Hollis couldn't help but frown. Although the deal with the Twilight Dragon was mutually beneficial, it was still a stain that could not be washed away. He did not understand what Wizard Sarsar and Sir Vladimir the Great were thinking, but as a member of the Sarsar alliance, he had to protect the interests of this alliance. What shocked him was that this human actually knew the deal behind their backs like the back of his hand, and even mentioned that Earl Yenbao was backed by All for One and the Twilight Dragon. That damned Baron Dahl had also promised him that no one would be able to recognize his identity. The price that the Sassalds had to pay for this was, at most, interfering with the operation of the mortal world without authorization. Interfering with the operation of the mortal world and colluding with the Twilight Dragon was a crime that even a small figure like Hollis could easily distinguish. For the first time, the Silver Wizard had the intention to kill. He subconsciously felt that these people would not be able to live anymore. It would be best to use magic to raise the whole of Tonajol to the ground. Thinking of this, he said coldly, "It seems that you don't know us very well. You must understand that what you are saying now will be the reason why this land will be buried with you." "Of course I know you," Brando replied, "Bastards of the Sassalds, it's not the first time you have massacred a city in Wonde. In Silver Bay, in the Warrior Plains, in the White Mountain, how can I not understand what you are thinking in your hearts? The people who witnessed all this here today will probably be turned into ashes under your spells." His understatement caused an uproar among the nobles. Everyone's face turned pale. Many people only remembered the strength of the Buygas after 1,000 years, but forgot the indifference of these wizards. Some people had begun to feel weak at the knees and were ready to escape. In an instant, the remaining nobles on the battlefield were reduced by a third. But the people of Tonajol did not leave. They could not leave. This was their homeland, where they were born and raised. If their homeland was destroyed, everything they had borne on this land would also be turned into bubbles. They had their own families, relatives, friends, and everything would be turned into ashes. Rather than running away, it was better to stay and face it. At least their lord was still here. If the people of Tonajol lost everything, at least they would still have the only trust left in their hearts. They would freely trust that their lord would lead them to victory. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young count in the middle of the battlefield. As for those who had escaped, there was only disdain and even contempt in their eyes. Those poor creatures actually thought that they could escape far. Hollis was stunned by Brando's words. Although it was true that the Sassalds had never put mortals in their eyes, when did they start a massacre in the Warrior Plains and the White Mountain? This was blatant slander, okay? Of course, if he knew that Brando was putting the blame on them for what they were going to do in the future, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Was there anyone who was so unreasonable? That was something that hadn't happened yet, okay? However, Brando did not intend to reason with these people. Because some people were not worthy of reason at all. Don't talk nonsense with them anymore, Lord Hollis. Baron Dahl was also trembling with anger. He had imagined all kinds of scenes when he came face to face with the legendary Count. Just like any villain, he certainly wanted to trample on this legendary hero. Especially when he learned that the other party had won the favor of Princess Griffine, the legendary pearl of King Oberg VII and the pride of the kingdom. This made him even more jealous. It could be said that he hated everyone in the world. In terms of inheriting the Count's power, he had failed to compete with his brother. He could not enter the upper circles of the kingdom's political circle. If it were not for his unique circumstances, he was afraid that he would be a failure hidden in the shadows of others for the rest of his life. Such an experience made him unnaturally hate any successful person in the world, and the legendary, lucky, Count was no exception. But he never thought that the Count would act like a prophet and a quack in front of everyone after he had only met the Count once, directly peeling his skin off in front of everyone. At that moment, he only felt a sense of shame and anger from head to toe. He had colluded with All for One and became the pawn of the Twilight Dragon. Although Baron Dahl had never regretted it, it was a shady thing after all. The key was, what evidence did the other party have to prove all this? If there was no evidence, wasn't it just talking nonsense? It would be fine if he was right, but what if the key was wrong? Wouldn't that be slander? Baron Dahl was extremely ashamed and angry. He said furiously, "What right does that guy have to say that we colluded with the Twilight Dragon? This is just nonsense." Nonsense? Brando laughed. Could it be that these things are not crystal clusters, and those murderous monsters are not horseshoe worms? Or forgive me for not being able to see that these two damn monsters are Twilight species? How do you know them? Baron Dollar was stunned. Hollis also frowned. Although he was also curious that this mere mortal could distinguish the difference between Twilight species and ordinary monsters at a glance. In the intelligence, the other party was just a human lord with some legendary experience, but what the other party knew was obviously far beyond his expectations. For the first time, the Cisaldian wizard faintly felt that there seemed to be something wrong with their intelligence. But what made him even angrier was Baron Dahl's stupidity. If he could still dodge it before, wasn't all this tantamount to confessing without being pressed? No wonder this guy had always been a complete loser. He was simply mud that couldn't support a wall. Okay. This discovery made Hollis feel more and more that it was not a wise thing to confront this human here. But even if the other party knew more, the dead couldn't speak. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "Your nonsense sounds very novel, but I don't have much time to waste on you. Mortal, our conversation ends here. Next, I'll let you understand what the real truth is." Brando was silent for a moment. When everyone thought that he would have no choice but to bow his head in the face of reality, the young Count raised his head with a nonchalant expression. "The truth is that there are many people?" he replied. Baron Dahl seemed to have finally caught the loophole in Brando's words. He said sharply and sarcastically, "How old is our Count this year? You're not so naive as to think that the battlefield is still a knight's duel, are you?" Brando shook his head. He was tired of talking to this clown. But he still asked, "I have a question for you, Dahl. How is Dilfery?" Baron Dahl was stunned, then responded, "You're talking about my lovely niece. Don't worry, she's fine. But I'll find her soon. By then, I can't guarantee that she will be able to see you in one piece. But you won't have the chance." Brando replied. "What did you say?" Baron Dahl didn't hear it clearly. But at this time, Brando raised his head slightly. In the place where he was looking, above the gloomy sky, a beam of green light was falling from the thick clouds and landed straight in the middle of the battlefield. An ethereal, girlish voice resounded throughout the battlefield. The transition coordinates have been determined. The energy returned to 86. 77. 65. 40. 33. 11%. The transition is over. Beginning to rematerialize. Valhalla is taking root. Recalculating coordinates, Valhalla has arrived at the target point. Chapter 1490. The green brilliance spread out faintly. A faint green shadow appeared in the air. It was like a poem drifting in the wind, magnificent and majestic. The towering canopy spread out like an umbrella covering the sky. The majestic and straight tree trunk was as straight as a giant tower in the clouds. Flocks of birds flapping their wings surrounded the forest at the top of the clouds, slow and elegant, majestic and magnificent. It was a fortress, the holy palace of warriors, and the temple of heroic spirits. There were layers upon layers of fortresses in the clouds, built on the intertwined branches. Among the countless towers, heavy ballistas were being pushed out. Cold light flickered on the ballistas, which were made of steel. Rows of tree elf archers in light armor were walking up the city wall. At the command of the archer captain, they stopped and then turned to face the battlefield. They placed the corners of the longbows in their hands on the ground and moved in unison. The bows shone with a soft silver luster and stood up like a forest. Woo! The long sound of the bugle horn reverberated in the northern wind. Everyone on the battlefield looked up with their mouths wide open. Their faces showed a dull expression as they stared blankly at this scene. The long sword in someone's hand fell to the ground, but he didn't know it. The knight's mounts dug the ground with their forehooves uneasily and snorted, but the knight held the reins without feeling it, like a stone statue on the back of a horse. What is that? Baron Dahl's mouth was big enough to stuff a duck egg, and even his eyeballs were popping out. What the hell is that? He subconsciously wanted to grab the person beside him, but Hollis pushed this annoying guy away. The look in the eyes of the Sassard wizard leader could no longer be described as shock. He immediately turned to the others and roared, "Attack quickly, don't let it finish positioning. This is the top plane transition spell." No, we've been locked by the spell. This is space counterspell. All anchoring spells are automatically ineffective. Chant reaction, use the silent casting method, impossible. The second to third level of the Tiamat law are all blocked. The other party has directly deprived us of our authority. It's competing with us for authority. Who is it? How is this possible? No, it has sealed all the passages related to space. There's no way to stop it. The law of space has lost its effect here. That is, the wizards were in a flurry. But Hollis had stopped silently. He turned around and looked at the fortress that seemed to be walking from fantasy into reality. He suddenly understood everything. "Stop," he said, "that is the holy fortress. It has the highest authority in this area. You can't do anything to it." Everyone looked at each other. Hollis waved his hand. "What are you waiting for? Prepare the fleet to meet the enemy." Count Yenbao, he was unwilling to mention. Only then did Baron Dahl react. His narrow eyes flashed with resentment. "I'll teach them a lesson." The horseshoe beetles that were chasing the southern nobles and soldiers flew up with a buzz, allowing the survivors to escape. The survivors raised their heads with tears streaming down their faces. They saw the monsters flying into the sky as if they had received some order. They gathered into a torrent and flew toward the green shadow in the air. The Tanajal people saved us. Everyone had this thought at the same time. Valhalla's huge root system was taking shape. The coiled roots suddenly flew out in all directions. The coordinates of the 7th, 8th, and 9th groups of roots have been determined. Expand the other 7 groups of roots, the coordinates are. The girl floating at the top of the crystal tower in the tree hall read out a set of data expressionlessly. Light spirit Monica flew up and down beside her and screamed, "Give them a good show, Valhalla." The roots that stretched out horizontally were like a giant arm that swept out tens of thousands of meters. Baron Dahl's eyes widened. No. But the horseshoe beetle army had already been hit. In front of the world tree's roots that were tens of meters or even hundreds of meters in diameter, the horseshoe beetles were just real insects. Hundreds of horseshoe beetles were immediately smashed into pieces. After the giant arm swept across, the sky was cleared. The horseshoe beetle army was reduced by more than 1/3. Baron Dahl's eyes were about to split open, but for him, the disaster was not over yet. The crystal clusters on the ground did not have a single consciousness. They only moved forward blindly, and Valhalla that fell from the sky was taking root. The roots stretched out and fell heavily to the ground. After a loud bang, Valhalla's roots fell into the purple waves like giant whips. The army of crystal clusters on Old's field was immediately torn apart. Then the sky darkened because the entire Valhalla fortress was slowly descending. But the so-called slow descent was only relative. There was no way to avoid it within a radius of tens of kilometers. Coolant injection has begun. Magic power is estimated to be exhausted in 1 minute. All coordinates have been verified correctly. Magic power output has been disconnected. The girl said calmly. Valhalla transition complete. Cooldown has begun. Expected recharging will be completed in 15 minutes. There's a lot more nutrients. Monica waved her fist excitedly. The enemy commander must be an idiot. Valhalla sat majestically at the center of the battlefield after a long and loud noise. The extended treetop was like a proud giant. The whole city and fortress trembled, but its designer had already considered this. A large number of stone-made arch pillars made the fortress as stable as Mount Tai. When Baron Dahl saw this scene in mid-air, his eyes turned black and he fainted. Hollis glanced at the guy with a look of disgust. He was already disgusted with this retard, but he couldn't do without him on the battlefield. He stretched out his finger, and a cold ray hit Baron Dahl's face. The latter woke up with a scream. Let the beetles stall the Tonagel fleet and cooperate with our fleet to attack. The crystal clusters on the ground still have the advantage. There's also your Yanbeining army. The Tonagel's ground forces are not worth mentioning. Baron Dahl's face was covered in cold sweat. He quickly nodded. I understand, Sir Hollis. Raise your bows. Fenny, the deputy commander of the Lin Gu army, shouted. The tall tree elf girl stepped on the wall of Valhalla with her elven leather boots. She swung her long hair and pointed her sword forward with a graceful movement. Following her movement, the wind archers raised the longbows in their hands in rows. The 3 magic circles on the silver bow arm lit up one by one. Magic arrow. Elegance of the wind. Counter the enemy first. The hunter and his son were also on the wall, standing beside the dwarf Odom. The city master was wearing heavy armor at the moment, holding a small war hammer in his hand. He wore a heavy dwarf helmet on his head, revealing only 2 small round eyes. The young man was so excited that he could not control himself, but the middle-aged man's face was pale. The dwarf master tiptoed and clung to the battlements with his hands, but he still could not see the scene below the city. He could only mutter anxiously, "Tell me, what's going on outside?" Finny's beautiful voice that sounded like she was singing came from afar. Fire. A series of creaking noises could be heard. The young man only heard a sharp whistle of the wind, as if there was really a gust of wind blowing over the top of the city wall. Hundreds and thousands of arrows were shot out at once, shrinking into countless tiny black dots. Even the sky was darkened by them. The beetles were spreading out and rushing to the upper canopy of Valhalla. The storm of arrows came head-on, and the dozens of horseshoe beetles that bore the brunt of the storm were instantly hit by dozens of arrows. The demonized arrows immediately exploded after hitting the target, and even the dusk species were blasted into a bloody mess. The first batch of beetles fell like rain, but for the total size of the army, the loss was negligible. Raise your bows, armor-piercing arrows, changed to the second set of enchantments. Fenny frowned when she saw the situation and immediately gave the order. An excellent archer could shoot 12 arrows in a minute, but for the tree elves, that was far from their limit. And for the wind archers, Valhalla's exclusive army with elegance of the wind, the maximum shooting speed of the elven girls depended on how many arrows they had. Before the beetle army rushed through the storm formed by the first wave of arrows, the second wave of arrows had already come head-on. Baron Dahl's smile that had just revealed a clue froze on his face. This wave of arrows was enchanted with slow and gravity, so the beetles fell less than before, but the beetles that were hit were obviously slowed down and separated from the other beetles. In just a breath's time, the third wave of arrows came as scheduled. The youth cried out in surprise, "Each of them can distinguish different targets, how did they do it?" "They are elves, and each of them is a natural archer, stupid." The middle-aged hunter replied in a bad mood. "The elves can't do it either, it's Valhalla who designated them as targets. This is the power of the Holy War stronghold." Odom leaned on the battlements and complained, "Can't you tell me what's going on outside?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Odom, I'm really shocked," the youth replied embarrassedly. it's strange, why aren't those monsters attacking us? They're flying to the top of the trees. They want to attack our port, Odom said loudly, a bunch of idiots. More and more horseshoe beetles were hit, and the change in speed caused the formation of the horseshoe beetle army to change greatly. Their original attack became clearly layered, and vaguely formed the shape of a long snake. Even the incompetent Baron Dahl could see the problem at this moment, but he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not knowing how to deal with the current predicament. Fenny sneered and whistled. Chapter 1491. The winter sun suddenly dimmed, and a whistle came from the top of the tree, as if countless birds were flapping their wings and flying high. The young hunter looked up subconsciously and saw countless silhouettes of light and shadow flying over his head. His mouth was wide open in shock. Flying horses. It's the Windrider colts. Those idiots are done for. Odom complained loudly, but I don't see anything. But they're in the sky. I don't know, I only see darkness. The dwarf replied in annoyance. The young man quickly adjusted the dwarf's heavy helmet. Oh! Odom cried out in surprise, heavens, I didn't notice this problem. I was probably too anxious, thank you very much. Ha ha ha, idiot dwarf. Finny's teasing laughter could be heard from afar, and the elven girl was swaying back and forth in laughter. Ah, damned little girl. Odom was so angry that his beard was blowing. Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me, esteemed Mr. Odom. The young man carefully avoided the center of the two and raised his head to look at the battle in the sky. The Valkyrie's guard. Most of the people in Valhalla were hiding in their houses or temporary shelters. The workshops and shops on the streets were all closed, but everyone was hiding behind their doors and windows, silently watching this battle that would affect their future. However, the moment the female knights appeared on the tree canopy, a small cheer was set off behind the entire city. Shurtu and Skager stood upright on their Valkyries' warhorses that were burning with white flames. The spears in their hands flickered with the silver light of the poem, and behind their winged helmets, their long golden braids fluttered in the wind. They held small round shields in their hands, and behind them were hundreds of their sisters. They were the heroic spirit warriors from the ancient times, the Valkyries of Odin. Shitta's cold eyes scanned the battlefield, and when she saw the horseshoe beetles charging towards her, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Sisters. She pointed her spear at her opponents who were not in formation and shouted in a dignified voice, "For Valhalla, for the Valkyrie, charge!" Streaks of silver light poured down from the sky. Affected by Finny's premeditated use of slow and gravity, the beetle army was unable to organize an effective defense, not to mention that their individual strength was not superior to their opponents. In the era of the Queen Mother, the horned beetle was the most powerful existence in the Twilight Army, but that era was long gone along with the glorious era buried by the divine people. The Valkyrie's attack was like a sharp blade that pierced through the army. The horseshoe beetles fell like rain. Victory! The people in Valhalla screamed in excitement. The young hunter on the city wall was also screaming. He was cheering. Behind him, his father watched this scene silently, but there was a slight ripple in his heart. He couldn't help but recall his youth. At that time, Erwin still had two true heroes. Everyone had the hope of revival in their hearts. Under the leadership of the two lords, everything seemed to be so beautiful. The sweat on Baron Dahl's face gathered into a stream, and the stream gathered into a small river. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He turned his head and looked at Hollis with pleading eyes, but the wizards didn't even look at him. Hollis was disappointed in this person. He didn't expect the horseshoe beetles to play any role now. The opponent had so many Valkyries, which was something they didn't expect in advance. More importantly, this fortress seemed to be intact. The colleagues who had been sent to carry out the destruction mission were probably dead. He didn't expect the battle to turn out like this. There was no doubt that this battle had fallen into a bitter struggle. The only advantage now was the Crystal Army on the ground. If the rumors were correct, the Tonajal people, whether it was the White Lion Guards, the Cavemen, or the Centaur Warriors, were far from being a match for the Crystal Army. He looked up. The canopy of Valhalla was slowly opening, and a huge spherical cavity appeared in the extended branches and leaves. The wind blew at the top of the tree, and thousands of sails flickered with sparkling silver light. That was the Tanagel's fleet. The fleet was so powerful that Hollis found it difficult to deal with. Its flagship used to be the main ship and command ship of the Kanaichi Air Fleet. The Kanaichi simply gave their backup fleet directly to the Tanagel people. This was the only force on the battlefield that could determine the outcome of the battle. It must be restricted. He snapped his fingers, and a small magic circle appeared not far from him. A respectful voice came from the slowly rotating disc-shaped magic circle. Honorable Sir Hollis, Gonzalez awaits your orders. Order your fleet to spread out and seize the upper hand. Yes, sir. May the glory of knowledge be with you. Sir, bless us to defeat these country bumpkins easily. Please wait and see. Be careful. The opponent is not as weak as you think. I ask you not to take the initiative to attack. Try to contain the opponent within the effective range and expose the side of the Tanagel people. As you wish, sir. Only then did Hollis nod his head in satisfaction. Although the Banksians were also mortals, they had been willing to become vassals of the Sassalds for many years. It was much easier to use them than these barbarians. At least they understood the importance of obedience and discipline. The two large silver fleets in the sky were each looking for their best positions. The Sassalds' fleet clearly had the advantage. They arrived at the battlefield first and spread out first, while the Tanagel's fleet was still slowly forming out of the harbor. Huh! Hollis was suddenly startled. He saw the Tanagel's fleet actually attack in groups of 3, circling around the harbor like fish. This was the classic ground attack formation of the Bugha's naval tactics. They were clearly still within the attack range of his fleet, but they directly ignored the threat above them. Have the Tanagel people gone mad? This thought flashed through Hollis' mind. The next moment, the Tanagel's fleet opened fire. Magic and artillery shells swept across the battlefield like a hurricane, causing a devastating blow to the advancing army on the ground. Hundreds of crystal beasts were annihilated in this wave of fire. No! Baron Dahl's face was almost distorted. He rushed up and grabbed Hollis' arm. What are your fleet doing? Stop them. Hollis shook off the guy and directly fixed him in midair with a spell. Shut up, I know what to do, you damn idiot. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. As an experienced captain, Gonzalez would never give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Tanagel's fleet formed a flashing diamond in the sky. Their muzzles were almost all pointed to the ground. No one would be merciful to opponents who could not fight back. Open all the cannons. Let all the wizard apprentices on the deck. Gonzalez walked directly to the deck with a cigarette in his mouth and ordered the entire fleet through the magic communication array. He picked up his pocket watch and pointed at the ticking needle. I'll give you 3 minutes. Get ready to fire in 3 minutes. The Sassaldian fleet slowly turned, revealing an orderly battle line. Dozens of frigates followed the lead of the main battleships and turned to the side. The sailors opened the cannons one by one, revealing countless black holes. The magic cannons were being pushed up to their positions one by one, and the enchanted ballistae on the deck were also adjusted to their positions. Every magic array had a wizard ready for battle, and the crystal at the tip of their magic staffs was flashing with a dazzling light. Time's up. Fire. A cloud wall seemed to rise in the sky. Flames flickered between the clouds, and countless artillery and magic suddenly broke through the rolling clouds, forming silver traces of light that connected to the Tanagel fleet that was constantly descending under the canopy of Valhalla. Then a deafening roar resounded through the sky. However, the artillery didn't hit the Tanagel fleet. A light green barrier slowly spread out from the canopy of Valhalla. Fortress defense system activated. Prepare to withstand the first wave of attack. Attack arrived. Energy returned to 13. 11. 12, 07. 11, 9. 10, 0%. Magic reaction complete. Recalculating damage report. A dazzling flash erupted from the light barrier, but after the explosion of magic and artillery, the smoke slowly dispersed. Valhalla stood majestically, and the silver fleet under its protection stood majestically. Ha ha ha, they aren't our match at all. Monica excitedly rolled around on the crystal control panel. She waved her fist at the calm girl and screamed, "You're amazing, Valhalla." The girl only expressionlessly sorted out Valhalla's damage report. It was a piece of snow-white paper. On the city wall, the youth's face was pale as he pressed his hand to his chest. However, at the last moment, he let out a long sigh. This time, he didn't scream, nor did he shout in excitement. He only calmly lowered his hands, and in his hands, he clenched his fists. At that moment, something seemed to have appeared in the youth's heart. It was something he had never imagined in the past. He finally saw it. It was Erwin's power. In the air, the wizards were completely silent. The massive fleet of Sasaldians was also completely silent for a moment, to the extent where they even forgot to fire a second round. Hollis looked at this scene with a calm expression. He slowly extended his hand, and a red jade-like staff appeared out of thin air, appearing in his snow-white and slender palm. I should have known this would happen. This is the true power of the Holy War Fortress. He turned his head, and his gaze swept past his colleagues. Follow me. It's time for us to take the field. Let the mortals witness the true power of Sasaldians. Chapter 1492. Silver doors of light opened above Valhalla, and magi stepped out one after another, standing in the air with staffs in their hands, their long robes fluttering in the cold northern wind. Tissadormara. In the name of the stars, a wizard raised his staff high, the gem on the tip of the staff shining brightly. A silver beam shot out from the gem and shot in another direction. Nadazvro. Lyra, one of the 12 witch constellations, the first wizard in the clockwise direction, also raised his staff, aiming the gem at the silver beam. The beam passed through the gem and was immediately deflected in another direction. One by one, the wizards raised their staffs. In the sky, the red-robed secret walker of law, the blue-robed tower illusionist, and the gray-robed gray magician were all shining in different colors. Every time the silver beam passed through the staff of one of them, it would be refracted to another direction at an even faster speed, refracting again and again until it finally formed a circle that was constantly being divided. A huge circle that surrounded Valhalla. Hollis finally raised his staff, Griffin, and the silver beam passed through the dreamlike ring of azure tears on the tip of the staff, drawing the final stroke of the huge circle. He looked at the huge tree below with cold silver eyes, and slightly tilted the staff in his hand. Natador Shlari, crown of the northern winds, Fishianra Tadori, scepter of the earth, flame, Oss, Vit, Ss, for elements, Tissador Lieri, guide of the stars. A bright beam of light shot out from the azure tears, pointing directly at the center of the huge circle. A huge silver rune appeared on the giant circle, flame. With it as the center, the silver halo suddenly expanded outwards, and countless mysterious runes naturally formed inside the ring. It was a magic circle. Then, 17 magic circles connected to it formed one after another. In the tree hall, the light spirits were already in a state of chaos. This is the end, he's too arrogant. Monica stuck out her tongue and threw herself onto the control panel. She slammed almost all of the crystals into the grooves and screamed, Valhalla. Warning, detecting a powerful magic ripple. Estimated to be activating the third layer of shield. Target determined to be a flux magic, elemental attack of the 13th rank. Magic ripple detected as meteor strike. The girl's calm voice resounded within the tree hall. Quick, calculate how much energy is left. Remaining energy, 11.3%. Estimated to be able to withstand attacks of level 11 or below. Lady Light Spirit slapped her forehead and said, I'm going to die. Hurry up and inform the Overlord. The north wind howled. The battlefield was silent. Whether it was the people of Tanajul, the nobles of the southern border, the knight, or the private soldiers, everyone stared at this scene in a daze. This kind of war had long exceeded their imagination. A second rune appeared in the sky. It was written with light, Eam. Earth, my lord. The knight turned around. Brando patted his young captain on the shoulder. He raised his head, and the silver network was reflected in his eyes. But what he saw was not the magic of the Sathard people, but the gray sky, the vast plains, and the wind that blew for thousands of miles. He closed his eyes and breathed in and out softly. What entered his lungs was the cold air, the breath of the biting north wind. It came from the distant Anzaruta plateau, across the warm shining sea. The surface of the sea was sparkling, and under the sea, in the direction of the ocean currents, the Naga tribe was migrating south. It came here, bringing news of the north. Brando saw all of this with his own eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the plains and mountains, through the sky and the earth. Everything in the wound was in his eyes. He breathed in and out. The wind on the battlefield suddenly stopped. The wind stilled, and the falling snow also quieted down. People looked around in shock. In the woods on both sides of the wound, snowflakes fell quietly. The river water seemed to have lost its sound. Broken ice collided with each other on the surface of the water, and then was swallowed by the whirlpool. Every single needle drooped down silently. Crack, a crack appeared on the staff, and Hollis raised his head in shock. He saw that the clouds in the gloomy sky were slowly flowing, and snowflakes were still falling. But at some point, the wind of all things had stopped. At an altitude of thousands of meters, there was no wind flowing. Brando opened his eyes, and a nearly straight skyline was reflected in his dark brown eyes. He slowly turned over and dismounted his horse. He removed the holy sword of judgment from the saddle and slowly sheathed it. He raised the scabbard with a strap over his head and hung it behind his back. The young White Lion Knight, the Tonajal people, the nobles of Erewhon's southern border, the knight, and the private soldiers, and the people far and near on the battlefield were all watching his actions. Brando raised his head. The entire world had changed in his eyes. It no longer had mountains and rivers, flowing wind and water, fire and earth, and all elements and substances. The trees disappeared, the forests disappeared, the distant Greyhar Mountains disappeared, and the entire Tonajal disappeared. A world with countless silver lines intertwined and countless nodes connected together appeared in his eyes. This world no longer had any substantial power, but truth and law were everything in it. The domain of the sage. Brando took a step forward. The purple wave was silently approaching Valhalla. The walls of the fortress were already filled with tree elves and centaurs. Roland and little Montolo stood side by side, holding the swords that Brando had given them. They watched this scene nervously. Not far from them, Hainf took a deep breath. His hand was tightly clasped with the swordswoman. A third rune appeared in the sky. The wind of all things, the most unrestrained element in the world. Crack, another sound of a staff breaking could be heard. Hollis turned around. This was like the source of a chain reaction. A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and he saw the staff breaking in the hands of his colleagues. The Sasaldians watched this scene in shock. They were almost unable to react. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. In the slowly flowing sequence of time, there was a loud bang. The third huge rune in the sky above Valhalla broke and disappeared. All the wizards spat out a mouthful of blood. They felt the wind element disappear at the same time. It was being pushed out of this land by an indescribable force. Heavens, what's going on? Someone is depriving us of our power. I can't feel the existence of the wind element. This is the direct rejection of the power of a higher level to the power of a lower level. There's a sage nearby. The wizards looked at the ashes of their staffs, their faces pale. They could not help but look around. However, Hollis's heart tightened. Be careful. He turned around and roared. There was a flash of light on the ground. There was a scream, and a long and narrow sword light intersected with a keeper of justice of the secret realm. That person's face showed a stunned expression. Then, his head slowly drooped down until it fell from his neck. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground and soon became a tiny black dot. And in the place where he had been standing, a young man holding a sword appeared. The young man stood with his back to everyone. The holy sword was already in its scabbard on his back. The corners of his coat drooped motionlessly because there was no wind. And the hand holding the hilt had slender and powerful fingers. The knuckles were pale. It was quietly placed on the twisted and strange gauntlet of annihilation. Sage. Sage, Hollis squeezed these two words out from between his teeth. Brando shook his head and asked calmly, "What is power, Sasaldian?" Shameless boasting. 7 different magic circles suddenly unfolded behind Hollis. Imprisonment, gravity enhancement, slow, movement prediction, law analysis, mind sensing, forbidden domain. 7 spells landed on Brando in succession. It was a pity that Brendel only needed to wave his hand and all of these spells fell apart. Hollis narrowed his eyes slightly, and a warning sign rose in his heart. He took a step back, but he could not move at all. The face of this most trusted assistant of Sasaldian wizard instantly turned snow-white. He immediately understood something. They were just one step behind him. The other wizards also began to cast their own spells. But before these people could complete their spells, they suddenly turned into balls of flames and fell from the clouds while screaming. This tragic scene actually caused everyone to stop moving out of fear. This is divine power. How is this possible? The gods have long passed away. They suddenly stopped talking. One by one, the Magi's faces turned pale. Brando did not speak again. He listened silently. There was no wind in the sky, but he seemed to hear a sound. It was a rumbling roar, echoing from the whole world, as if the world was pulsating. Time after time, every beat was strong and powerful, like a forging hammer hitting his body, causing his blood to resonate, as if it was boiling, making the same rumbling sound. Brando slowly turned around. The wizards could not help but hold their breaths because they first saw a pair of black eyes, but they gradually merged with the silver light, which seemed to be mixed with a wisp of golden brilliance. The golden brilliance became more and more intense, and finally completely enveloped Brando's vision. Hollis only felt his heart thumping, as if it would break free of the shackles of his chest and jump out of his chest at any time. Thump, thump, thump. The whole battlefield was shrouded in that huge roar. It was the powerful beating of the heart, but it did not belong to Hollis. It belonged to a great will. Bloodline reconstruction, fusion law, perfect body. Hollis felt that he must be going crazy. How could a mortal do this? How could a mortal break free from the shackles of the law of Tiamat after the era of the saints? How could a mere mortal cross the boundary between iron and silver and step into the realm of gold? That was the most powerful existence below the power of existence. He could not believe that he was able to witness the birth of a demigod with his own eyes. 10,000 years after the gods left the world. Such power had returned to this land once again. What was going on? Hollis watched as the young man turned around. With a light wave of his hand, the enormous silver formation above Valhalla shattered with a series of creaking noises. It was as if it had never existed. So, do you understand now? Brando said calmly, people who can't even hold on to themselves will never be able to understand the original meaning of this world, and the truth behind the law naturally has no fate with you. The Sasalds chose the path of destruction. He looked at the wizards with a cold gaze. What you are so proud of is nothing more than the madness before your destruction. No. Hollis shouted with all the strength in his body. But the raging flames had already gushed out from his body and burned him to ashes in an instant. Brando turned his head. Before the 32 Sasalds wizards could turn around, they had already been burned to ashes in the flames. Brando silently turned over his palm. Under his skin, faint golden veins of light were flowing. Chapter 1493. The front of Valhalla fortress rumbled, and the battle on the ground finally broke out. The old dwarf Odom leaned against the battlements with one hand holding onto his dwarven helmet while the middle-aged hunter supported him from behind. He saw the purple crystals pouring down from the walls like a flood. Among those crystal monsters, a terrifying behemoth was ramming its head into a nearby tower, causing the entire city wall to tremble. Hurriedly, a loud voice cried out, "Stop!" The old dwarf hurriedly shouted, "Put me down. Those damn things are attacking us. Give me my hammer." The middle-aged hunter quickly let go of the dwarf. Odom jumped down from the battlements and tidied up his crooked armor. "Thank you very much. You're really strong." The middle-aged hunter returned the hammer to the dwarf and humbly replied, "It's nothing. The boars in the mountains are much heavier than you." Odom didn't find anything wrong with his words and nodded in satisfaction. "But can you change the way you carry me next time? No dwarf wants to be treated like a sack." Suddenly, there was a scream from afar. The three of them turned around and saw 6 3-meter-tall insect-like crystals climbing up the walls. The centaur warriors in silver armor were retreating, and the elven archers shot out a wave of arrows. However, the enchanted arrows only made tinkling sounds when they landed on the crystal heads, and were bounced to the side. "Watch me!" Odom shouted and swung the hammer in his hand, throwing it at one of the monsters. The war hammer, engraved with silver runes on its surface, struck the crystal's head with a loud boom that sounded like a thunderclap. The monster screamed, and a crack appeared on its head. It fell off the city wall. Odom waved his hand and the warhammer on the ground flew back into his hand. The old dwarf held the hammer firmly and shouted excitedly, "Have a taste of Master Odom's masterpiece, Storm's hammer." After saying that, he did the same thing and smashed the other crystal cluster with his hammer. At this time, the elven archers finally reacted. Finny also opened her winged cloak and jumped, gliding to the top of the walls. She commanded loudly, "Change to resonance arrows." The wind archers took a step back and changed to the 4th set of enchantments. After a round of arrows, they finally knocked the 4 crystal beasts off the walls. "Haha." The dwarf couldn't help but laugh, "Looks like my old bones aren't as old as I thought." He even mocked Finny, "Looks like you tree thorns aren't that smart, huh?" But at this time, the sky darkened and the young hunter who was hiding at the side couldn't help but shout out a warning. "Be careful, Mr. Odom." Odom raised his head and saw a horseshoe beetle swooping down from the top of the tree, swinging its side-like blades at him. He couldn't dodge it, but an arrow hit the horseshoe beetle's compound, causing it to shriek and roll in the air. The giant scythe also brushed past the old dwarf's body, causing him to cry out in fear. Before he could finish, Finny had already rushed over and rolled him to the side. The horseshoe beetle that was rolling in the air swung its forelimbs, and a wind blade swept past the position where the two of them were just a moment ago, leaving a mark that was nearly half a meter deep. "Bah, bah, bah," the old dwarf spat out sand as he got up and said stubbornly, "Let me say this first, I won't thank you. I don't need an idiot's thanks. Enjoy your trip." "What?" Finny used her back to push against the battlements and kicked the old dwarf's butt, causing him to cry out in pain and roll down the walls like a wooden barrel filled with apples. At this time, the horseshoe beetle had already adjusted its posture and was once again charging in this direction. But Finny nimbly jumped to the side and used her wind cloak to jump to the other side of the tower. She raised her longbow and was about to counterattack when a blinding bolt of lightning shot out from the tower and hit the horseshoe beetle's head. Finny felt her body go limp as she fell into a person's warm embrace. She caught a whiff of an apple-like fragrance and looked up, only to see the red-haired girl catching her with one hand. Scarlet frowned slightly, holding the halberd in one hand as she charged towards the horseshoe beetle. The latter was hit by the lightning and lost its balance, falling shakily on the walls. Scarlet strode forward, the azure spear in her hand thrusting towards the monster like a bolt of lightning. After a loud crack, the horseshoe beetle was nailed to the top of the walls by her spear. "Miss Scarlet!" Finny cried out in shock. Only then did the Highlander girl put her down. She looked at her, as if to make sure that she was not injured. "Ah, I'm not injured," Finny replied with a red face, "but it's hard to say for poor Mr. Odom. Ah, damn it." The old dwarf was lying between a pile of smashed wooden barrels. Beside him was a pile of stinking salted fish. He groaned in pain. "Can't you send me down the stairs in a gentler way?" This is already the most gentle. Finny pulled down her eyelids and made a face at him. The Grey Wolves mercenaries also came out from the tower. After Scarlet confirmed that Finny was fine, she turned to them and said, "You guys take Mr. Odom back to the second wall. Let's help too." The young hunter hurriedly said, "Although my father and I can't fight, we can still do what we can." Scarlet glanced at them. She was not familiar with the people of Valhalla, so she looked at Finny in confusion. She did not understand why there were two civilians on the walls at this time. "Ah, they're the two hunters, Miss Scarlet." Scarlet then understood. She did not answer the young man directly, but she still nodded at him. The group immediately got busy, but Finny was still puzzled. "Are we going to give up the first wall now? I think we can still hold on for a while." Scarlet nodded and took out a crystal ball from her pouch and held it in her hand. The crystal ball immediately emitted a faint radiance, and within the radiance was a projection of the situation outside of Valhalla. The angle of view was taken from the floating airship in the sky, and the projection was precisely the current battle situation in Valhalla. One could clearly see that on several sections of the city walls, the giant crystal siege beasts had already broken through the outer walls, and countless small crystal clusters were currently pouring into the first section of the city walls. The projection only lasted for a moment before it disappeared and was replaced by the figure of a little girl. Finny recognized the girl's identity. It was Sifrid. "Sifrid? It's me, Sister Finny. I'm currently in Odom Fortress. Can I entrust you with the task of retreating the wind archers to the second wall?" Phinia replied. Finny was stunned for a moment, but she immediately reacted. "Are we going to lure the monsters to the second tunnel?" She pursed her lips into a smile. "You're amazing, Sister Finny. That's exactly what I'm going to do." "All right, leave it to me, Sifrid." The elven girl's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She was a little excited in her heart. "Leave it to me, Sifrid." A resounding boom rang out as one of the crystalline beasts finally crashed through the tower. As it slowly and heavily stepped into the city, boundless purple waves had already gushed into the city through the hole in the city wall. "Retreat. Retreat quickly to the second wall. Move to the sides and leave a path in the middle." The knight sergeants on the walls immediately gave out orders, and the druids who were in charge of covering the crystal siege beasts cast thorns to slow them down. Roland and little Montolo were the last to jump off the walls. Before they left the defensive line, they took one last look outside the walls. They could only see a vast sea of purple. This was the fangs and claws of the Dusk Dragon. This was the legendary Dusk War. They never thought that the Count had been preparing for such a war all this time. Their hearts were heavy and uneasy, but they were also excited and their blood was boiling. This was the true hero of the Erewhon people. He was also the common hero of the mortals. When Roland thought of how he had almost wallowed in the mire with the Dusk Dragon's fangs and claws, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He suddenly recalled the words that Brando had said to him. He understood that this was a test for him. If he had hesitated in the slightest, he would have already met the same fate as the nobles outside. Thinking of this, the youth couldn't help but tighten his grip on the sword in his hand. He wanted to use this battle to wash away the mistakes and humiliation he had to bear. However, before the two of them could express their feelings about the mission, they were kicked to the ground. They turned around and found that it was the lizard man who had been following them. "What are you doing?" Roland shouted in annoyance. Although they had noticed this lizard man who had been following Count Tonagel, they didn't think that he would dare to make a move against them. However, Ropar couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these two little fellows. He directly lifted them up, one in each hand. At this time, Roland and little Montolo felt that something was wrong. The other party had only casually grabbed them, but they couldn't avoid it. Roland couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that there wasn't a simple person beside the Count. "Let us down." But being lifted like this was really a disgrace to a gentleman, so he couldn't help but protest. Ropar didn't care about this fellow at all. The soldiers on the first wall who hadn't retreated had already been completely submerged by the Crystal Cluster army. The position they were in now was actually already in danger. A crystal cluster pounced over. The Fireclaw Lizard Man Lord didn't even think before turning around and sweeping his tail over. A red light flashed on his body, and this tail attack actually shattered the crystal cluster into pieces. It's Elemental Realm. Roland couldn't help but cry out. But little Montolo knew more than him. His eyes almost popped out. Heavens, this is the peak of the law. Who is it? Ah. Then he immediately let out a scream. Those monsters are catching up. Roland turned his head to look behind him, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the gap in the wall behind them, there were 3 crystal cluster beasts that were at least 17 to 18 meters tall, slowly walking in this direction. The warehouses and barracks scattered along the way couldn't stop these huge monsters at all. Often, they would collapse with a light touch. Amidst the flying dust, a sea of purple crystal clusters spread over the ruins of the buildings and flooded in their direction. But at this time, Ropar stopped. Are you crazy? Hurry up and leave. Roland was scared silly by this scene, and couldn't help but shout hysterically. He was prepared to fight for Erwin, but he wasn't prepared to die in front of these monsters. At least he wasn't mentally prepared to fight the Twilight Dragon. But his voice was drowned out by a huge roar. Not far away, the huge gate of AMU's fortress was slowly opening. Chapter 1494. Count Gonzalez frowned as he looked at the Nigel's floating fleet. The huge fleet had been acting strangely since the beginning. Although they still maintained the diamond formation, they had almost stopped delivering firepower to the ground. The other side was constantly rising in height, which was not a good sign for them. But Valhalla's magic shield still existed, and the Sisaldans could do nothing about it. Count Gonzalez paced anxiously on the deck of his ship until a messenger ran to him with a crystal ball in his hand and said, "Sir, Count Yenbao's contact." Gonzalez waved his hand angrily. "Tell him to go away. I don't have time to listen to him cry like a woman." He asked again, "Have you contacted Sir Hollis?" "No, sir." The messenger shook his head. "The magic circle above the Tonagel fortress has been maintained for several minutes, and no message has come." "What about the gargoyles sent out?" "They haven't come back, sir." Gonzalez turned his head, frowning as he paced back and forth beside his desk. Finally, he stopped and said, "Let Baron Dale talk to me. I want to see what this guy is up to." The messenger immediately activated the crystal ball, and Baron Dale's anxious voice immediately came from the crystal ball. "Sir Gonzalez, great, I've finally contacted you. This is a great opportunity. I need the support of your fleet." "What did you say?" "My crystal army has already broken through the outer defense of the fortress. We are in the north of the fortress. You should be able to see the gap in that direction. My invincible army and I are preparing to launch an attack, but I need your help." "What kind of help do you need?" Gonzalez replied as he went to the porthole and looked down. The battle in Valhalla was obviously not as smooth as Dale had boasted. He saw that the torrent of crystal clusters had at most broken through the outer defense of the fortress. The firepower of the Tonagel fleet was very fierce, which caused great trouble for the battle on the ground. Presumably, this was why Dale begged him for help. "Sir, what is that?" His messenger suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed. Gonzalez immediately looked in that direction. He narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Baron Dahl was still talking about his situation in the crystal ball, but the experienced captain interrupted him without hesitation. "I suggest you retreat quickly, Baron Dahl." "What did you say?" "Your army that entered the city is finished. If you don't want to die, retreat quickly," Gonzalez repeated. "Are you crazy, Lord Gonzalez? No one in Trentheim can pose a threat to us except for their Earl." Baron Dahl's voice shrieked. "Just think of me as crazy, Baron Dahl. This is my last advice to you." He gestured for the messenger to close the communication crystal ball. The bridge fell silent. Gonzalez was silent for a moment. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. Then he flipped his pipe and tapped it on the corner of the desk. "The Tonagel fleet is acting strangely, my lord." At this time, the voice of the first mate was suddenly transmitted to the captain's room through the microphone. Gonzalez was startled and subconsciously rushed to the porthole, but his messenger had already shouted, "The tree's defensive barrier has disappeared." Sure enough, he saw through the glass of the porthole that the hemispherical defensive barrier covering the fortress faintly disappeared after a few flashes. At this time, the Tanajul fleet was regrouping. They slowly formed a beautiful battle line and turned their sides to face the Sasaldian fleet. "We are faster than them." Faced with this scene, Gonzalez's mind flashed like a bolt of lightning. He calculated the time difference almost instantly. He shouted into the microphone, "Prepare to fire immediately. The entire fleet will accelerate and change course. Seize the upper hand." However, due to a strange combination of factors, Count Gonzalez raised his head at this time. He suddenly realized that the huge magic circle above Valhalla had disappeared. An uneasy thought flashed through Bansia's mind. The giant gates of ORM's fortress were slowly opening. The Crystal Cluster army had already charged in front of Rolindi's group. One of the fastest insect-shaped crystal clusters had already spread its wings, flying towards them from a dozen meters away. Little Montolo, who was being carried by Ropar, couldn't help but scream in fright, but the Fireclaw Lizard Man Lord didn't move at all. "Kacha!" Just as Rolindi thought that he was dead for sure and couldn't help but close his eyes, a clear sound came from above his head. The youth couldn't help but open his eyes in fright, only to discover that the crystal cluster that had pounced towards them had already been split in two. A large head stretched out from behind them. It was like a long snake's head. It waved its neck in the air and accurately bit down on the crystal cluster, its sharp teeth splitting it in two in an instant. Following that, a second, third and fourth head appeared in Roland's vision one after another. Roland opened his mouth wide, only to hear little Montoro shrieking like a madman beside him. Multi-headed basilisk. To be precise, it was a 9-headed basilisk. In terms of bear lineage, it was second only to the 12-headed basilisk. It appeared behind the gates of ORM's fortress with rumbling steps. When it fully extended its 9 heads, its total height had already surpassed the second wall of Valhalla. It was a giant beast that was more than 50 feet tall. Ropar didn't move at all, allowing the giant beast to trample past him. It was like a meat grinder as it slaughtered its way into the Crystal Cluster army. Its 9 heads moved together, and the Crystal Cluster army was instantly thrown into disarray. The Serpentine Lizard's powerful defensive ability was fully displayed at this moment. Although the crystal clusters could occasionally break its outer skin and cause damage to it, the wounds were often healed almost instantly. Sometimes, even the blood did not have time to ooze out. The 3 crystal cluster beasts finally arrived in front of the 9-headed basilisk, but they were now a size smaller than the 9-headed basilisk. Moreover, as a superior magical beast, the 9-headed basilisk's intelligence was much higher than the crystal clusters that didn't have the ability to think on their own. It directly used its huge body to crash into one of the crystal cluster beasts, knocking it to the side. When the other crystal cluster beasts pounced at it, it used its other 5 heads to spit out lightning and acid rain, forcing it to retreat. The 4 crystal cluster beasts quickly clashed together. This was a nightmare for the smaller crystal clusters. Fortunately, they didn't have the ability to think on their own, so they didn't have any unnecessary fear. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. "Ah, do your best." Little Montolo was clearly scared to death before, but now he was so excited that he screamed, "Kill that damned crystal cluster beasts." However, Rolindi had already reacted. If the Count's subordinates were here, then there wouldn't be only one 9-headed basilisk in this fortress. He turned around, and sure enough, he heard a young girl's cold voice. "Everyone, attack!" A rumbling sound echoed in Luo Lin's ears. "What the hell is that?" Baron Dahl, who had just joined up with his Yenbao army, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He only saw the Crystal Cluster army pouring into Valhalla from the gap in the city wall, but within a quarter of an hour, the purple torrent retreated from the original path. It wasn't because of failure that they retreated. For the crystal clusters, there was no such word as retreating in their dictionary, but they were almost directly driven out of Valhalla. In front of them were dozens of giant lizards that stood out from the crowd. Baron Dahl almost blacked out when he saw the multiple heads on their necks. Multi-headed basilisk. Why did the Tonajal people have this kind of thing? Although the crystal clusters were still far more than the 9-headed serpent lizard in terms of quantity, the superior individuals in the crystal clusters were not inferior to these high-level magical beasts. In fact, the strength of the Lord-level crystal clusters far exceeded that of the 9-headed serpent lizard. However, Baron Dahl couldn't command the Lord-level crystal clusters. What's more, the artillery fire of the Tonajal fleet was constantly covering the front of the position, especially for those large targets. Few could break through the barrage and rush to the front of the Tonajal people. Baron Dahl was really fed up with the lack of air superiority. Although he clearly had the support of the Sasaldian fleet, this support was no different from not having it. Not to mention that the other party had previously rejected his request to directly bombard Valhalla fortress. These damned Banksians. Baron Dahl couldn't help but gnash his teeth and shout, "These damn Bugas, one day they will pay for their arrogance." He spurred his horse forward, raised his sword, and shouted to his subordinates, "Now, it's time for us to be loyal to our supreme master." In front of him was a dark army. Almost everyone was wearing armor. This elite army was originally composed of the Yenbao Knight Regiment. They were originally loyal to Count Yenbao. But at this moment, it was an army that belonged to him alone. What's more, they were no longer those weak human knight. "Don't be afraid of death," Baron Dahl screamed like a madman, "because we are invincible, no one in this world can really hurt us." He pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into his left shoulder, but not only was there no drop of blood, when he pulled out the dagger, the silver gap left there was slowly healing. "We are immortal, we are the best warriors under the rule of our supreme master. We are." Baron Dahl grasped the reins tightly and turned his mount around. Then he pointed his sword at Valhalla fortress and said, "Warriors of the No race, charge with me and respond to the supreme call." His crazy behavior seemed to have inspired others, and the knight army that came to Yenbao also became fanatical. They let out a fanatical scream, and the battlefield was immediately filled with people shouting and horses neighing. Charge! Kill! In the Hall of Trees, the previous busy scene had gradually subsided. The calm-looking girl was reporting the loss in a calm voice, and when she finally said, "The magic transmission has been disconnected, and Valhalla's magic shield has begun to shut down," Monica suddenly interrupted her. "Wait, Valhalla," Monica pointed to a scene on the crystal tower and said, "Zoom in here." The girl did as she was told. That was the image that Baron Dahl encouraged to his men. It's the No race." After Monica saw the scene there clearly, she couldn't help but reply contemptuously, "These idiots really came. What invincible boasting shamelessly." She turned her head and said to the girl, "Valhalla, help me contact Miss Andrea. Where are they?" "We're in Zone 5, Miss Monica." Before the light spirit could finish her sentence, Andrea's voice came from the crystal tower. "My sisters and I are ready." Hee, those bastards probably thought that our legacy was lost outside the elemental frontier. "I'll show them what I'm made of." "Zone 5, very good," Monica shouted excitedly. She waved her fist and said, "Andrea, show those country bumpkins what you're made of." Then she turned her head again and shouted to Valhalla, "Valhalla, quick! Open the entrance to Area 5. The battlefield seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. Baron Dahl felt a little strange. The Tonajal's fleet suddenly gave up suppressing the ground's firepower, but they didn't seem to be fighting with the Sasaldian's fleet. Because the rumbling sound of cannons in the air disappeared, and the explosion of magic no longer appeared, as if the two fleets had suddenly withdrawn from the battlefield. He wanted to look up to see what was happening in the sky, but he didn't have the chance because he and his army had already entered the range of Valhalla fortress. He could only see layers of huge treetops above his head. What's more, the gap in the wall was right in front of them, and they were about to fight with those multi-headed lizards. If it was before, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack such a rank 7 or 8 demonic beast head-on. But at this moment, the Supreme Master had already given him an unparalleled power. Perhaps it wasn't strong enough, but it was an eternal and indestructible power. It was the power he dreamed of. Adrenaline was secreted at an accelerated rate, and he was so excited that he almost flew. War and killing turned out to be such a pleasant thing. If it weren't for the Supreme Master, he might not have been able to play such a game of life and death in his life. He looked up as if he was trying to find the enemy from his shrinking pupils. But it was at this moment that he froze. He found that the multi-headed lizards were slowly retreating in an orderly manner. Obviously, their beast tamer was extremely brilliant. But this was not the point. The point was that he saw a silver light spot flying from a distance. Baron Dahl's face suddenly changed. Goddess of War. He screamed wildly, "This is impossible." Chapter 1495. The Sasaldian fleet in the sky had been silent for a long time. Apart from the purple waves on the ground that were still sweeping towards Valhalla, the battle in the sky had sunk into a strange silence. The Sasaldian floating ships that flickered with silver light hovered in the air. The attacks had stopped, as if time had stopped. Their opponents, the Tanajal fleet, were turning around. The huge silver fleet directly exposed their flanks to the Sasaldians, and their cannons were facing the ground. This seemingly strange scene was actually playing out in front of everyone at this moment. What's going on? The main offensive on the battlefield was being led by the Crystal Cluster Army, but the allied noble army that had not gone far was now in a perplexed state. The continuous changes on the battlefield caught them off guard. For a moment, they could not even tell which side was their ally and which side was their enemy. The allied noble army's reaction was slow. Time continued to pass minute by minute. In the captain's room of the Sasaldian flagship, the St. Patcher, the atmosphere was even more bizarre than on the battlefield. Facing the young man in front of him, Gonzalez suddenly understood that he might have had to make such a choice. Perhaps he should have understood it long ago. When the other party suddenly appeared in front of them with the staff Tographin, he should have understood everything. The captain's room was silent. It was hard to imagine that there had been an endless stream of people here just a moment ago. Messengers and officers of all kinds came in and out, and cartographers were constantly changing the markings on the map. The clamor of commands and announcements was like a market. You can choose death. Brando calmly looked around. The 13 high-ranking Sasaldian officers subconsciously shrank back under his gaze. Only the red-robed archmage on the ship glared at him, his eyes spitting fire. He let go of his hand and let Archmage Hala's staff hover in the air. More than a dozen pairs of eyes fell on the staff. And let your fleet be buried with you. How can a mortal like you resist the great Sasaldian fleet? The red-robed Magus bellowed and pointed his staff at Brando. The crystal at the tip of the staff immediately radiated a bright light. But before he could cast his spell, Brando had already pointed at him lightly. The power of space seemed to lock the old mage tightly, choking his lips and tongue, making him unable to move or say a word. Brando looked at the man indifferently. Only the people of the sky are high and mighty, because they are born with a special privilege different from mortals. Even though you've fallen into the mortal world today, you're still unwilling to give up your arrogance. You can start wars, you can control the fate of mortal kingdoms, but do you think that the Sasaldians are not responsible for all that they have done? He shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Naive. Don't be complacent too early, Erwin. You destroyed the fleet of the people of the sky, and this matter will never end. The old Magus suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, as if he had broken free from the restraints of space. He shouted at Brando at the top of his lungs. Brando did not look at him. His gaze fell on the others. In the captain's room, other than the arrogant Sasaldian Magus, no one dared to look him in the eye. Even the middle-aged noble, who was obviously the commander of these people, subconsciously remained silent and lowered his head. I never said that this matter would end here. His gaze fell back on the unruly old Magus, and there was an unprecedented coldness. This was supposed to be a pointless war. However, those who shouldn't have fallen in this war had made unnecessary sacrifices for it. Iko and his wife. The king's eldest son. Yura, who was seriously injured. Amandina, whose life and death were unknown. And the eldest princess and her brother, and Freya, who had disappeared without a trace. All of this should belong to this damned war, and to the culprits who started this war. When he thought of the upheaval in Lantern Island and the death of Iko and his wife, Brando felt a piercing pain in his heart. He even remembered that before he left Erewhon, he had deliberately reminded the couple to pay attention to their own itinerary. The tragic script of history should have been avoided. Everything in Erewhon should have been progressing on the positive side. But a moment of negligence led to such a bitter outcome. Perhaps he could have been more careful. More decisive. If he had ended the chaos in Erewhon earlier before all this happened, he had the support of the eldest princess, and he had Lantern Island and Vero as allies. Even the Highland Knights were kind to him, and as an indispensable part of the kingdom's political landscape, the royal faction was willing to reconcile with him. As long as he was willing. He could have rebuilt the former alliance of the nobles, single-handedly ended the chaos between the north and the south, and let Erewhon return to prosperity and unity. Perhaps in that case, all of this should not have happened. But, was it really so? It was a happy and harmonious Aween, where everyone seemed to have gotten what they wanted from Arek's corpse. It was a flourishing Aween, where everyone seemed to have obtained enough benefits from the carcass. Was that his ultimate purpose for returning to this era? No. Brando shook his head firmly in his heart. The future Erewhon should not be just like this. Perhaps he still had ideals in his heart, perhaps the eldest princess was strong enough, perhaps the royal faction was still willing to keep their promises. But they were not Erewhon. Just as the late King Iko swore under his sword, I swear under this sword the sage's oath, I swear to lead my people, to lead them away from strife and slaughter, away from the arrogance and greed of the empire's nobles. I swear to not repeat this cold-blooded mistake of history. I will let the nobles of this new kingdom follow the spirit of the knight, fair and strict, upright and brave, merciful and generous. I swear this oath, and I will abide by it for the rest of my life. That sonorous and powerful voice still reverberated in an era like today's. Erewhon's glory was destined to belong to such a revolutionary era. She would get rid of all the old things. Her successors would be fair and strict, upright and brave, merciful and generous. Those young people would inherit the glory of the past and be honored enough to take over the sacred flag. They would not be the royal faction. Because the old nobles would never be able to bear such glory. He knew that Her Highness would eventually understand all of this. It was just like the truth that she finally understood in the end of history. Because she and them were destined to be different people. Once, all of this came too late. But today, perhaps there were different variables from the beginning. This is the value of my existence here. Brando raised his head and looked at the old wizard with a twisted face. As if the natural opposition of the new and the old order, the two looked at each other indifferently. I will achieve all of this, and anyone who stands in my way, no matter who he is, will be reduced to ashes. Ha, the old wizard breathed heavily and looked at the young man Erewhon, who was talking to himself like a madman. Just like how mortals can never understand the vastness of the sky, it seems that a moment of luck has made you start to get delusional. You don't understand the power of the Buga people at all. You don't understand my power either. Brando replied coldly. He turned back again and looked at the others in the captain's room with some indifference. The Sasaldians are high and mighty, but you should understand that you are not the ones high and mighty. And as slaves, do you also want to share the last glory of your master? Even die for them, but God knows how important your sacrifice will be in their minds? No one spoke. Not far from the drawing table was a display of clocks. In the silent room, there was only the monotonous ticking of the hands for a moment. The red-robed wizard of the Sasaldians was also arrogant. He allowed Brando to encourage his former subordinates in front of him, but he did not say a word and just watched the scene indifferently. The staff floating in the middle of the cabin made him realize the failure of this trip. But how could the Sasaldians be afraid of failure? Not to mention losing to mortals. The pride of the people of the sky came from the power they had mastered for generations. Such power, within the territory they could reach, was the eternal truth. Everyone knew what would happen to them if they refused. The terrible young man in front of them killed everyone, including the great wizard Hollis, and even brought back his staff, Tographin. He was a godlike figure that they could only look up to. However, on this unknown battlefield, he turned into the dust of history. Everyone subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The respected officers looked at each other and looked at each other. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Gonzalez. Count Shiva coughed bitterly and stood up from his seat. His figure was obviously dejected. I admit the victory of Erewhon's people. I hope my colleagues and I can at least enjoy the last bit of dignity. This was a surrender. But Brando shook his head. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I think everyone is mistaken about one thing. This is not the battlefield of the human countries. Please take a good look outside the porthole and see who your enemy is. This is a war. It has never started, and perhaps it will never end. Gentlemen, you and I have heard all the legends about it. Every time this happens, as the people of Martha, shouldn't we stand together and fight side by side? Please ask yourselves. Who is your enemy? What should you protect? Do you want to continue helping the evildoers and destroy all hope with your own hands? Let this world turn into ashes? Is this what you want? This is the holy war. It is the final battle between order and civilization. Gentlemen, you should understand that the people of Sasselt are not Erewhon's people, but you. Brando grabbed the staff, Tographin, and threw it forward. The silver staff fell on the deck and rolled to Gonzalez's feet. Sir Commander, give the order to mobilize your fleet. I, Count Tonagel, represent Erewhon's people and ask the Banksians for help. If you still remember the sacred oath, please turn your warriors around and let us fight for victory together. Sir, Gonzalez was stunned for a moment. The fleet commander with graying sideburns subconsciously turned around and glanced at his colleagues one by one. At this moment, perhaps they did not dare to forget the oath. Perhaps they could not forget the oath. But the time when the various countries of the world fought side by side and abandoned all prejudices for a common goal seemed very, very long ago. It was so far away that it seemed like a legend. Remember the oath of the past? No matter how dark and depraved it was, but those who rose up to resist had won in the end. Count Tonagel never thought that his voice would be so hoarse and dry. We understand. Thank you, sir. Brando waved his hand. He took one last look at the red-robed wizard who was fixed in midair, as if he was looking at a dead fish. Then he turned and walked out of the captain's room. Everything was far away. The darkness was still filled with the sounds of footsteps and splashing water. It was filled with the smell of blood flowing like a river. There were distant and hoarse howls. There was the loud sound of a huge object being overturned. Trees were burning, and when the bark peeled off, there was the crisp sound of death. The distant and ancient legend still continued to this day. In the darkness, he seemed to see a picture scroll. The raging flames reflected the whole sky. In the dark night, there were golden red clouds, and a rain of fire was falling from the sky. A huge incomplete moon stared at the cracked land behind the clouds. Lava spread out from under the surface. On the vast battlefield, the giants shining with the light of stars were engaged in a final battle with their enemies. The giant's father was bitten on the ankle by the giant wolf Fenrir, and a black shadow suddenly shrouded the pale moon. The giant's children fled in all directions, and a tall figure holding a giant spear came in front of the dying giant. Countless voices screamed, as if it was a picture of the end of the world. The burning spear pierced into the giant's father's chest. We should have won. The heavy footsteps suddenly stopped. Before the weak consciousness finally dissipated, Andrea silently looked at the middle-aged human male's corpse in front of her. Baron Dahl's empty eyes looked at the sky, as if there was still the last despair and unwillingness in his eyes. He, or this creature that should no longer be called a human, had an inhuman silver-gray face. Disgusting crystal tumors grew on the loose skin of his face. This terrible monster still maintained the state of the last moment before its death. The horror of that moment still remained on its face. It opened its mouth wide, but it couldn't make the last sound from its throat. Because a light spear had pierced its chest from the front to the back, fixing its decaying corpse on the ground at a certain angle to its body. The young girl lowered her head and watched this scene. Her beautiful face under the silver mask seemed a little indifferent. Rather than saying that she was looking at the things in front of her, it would be better to say that her gaze was lingering in a distant memory. In a loud bang, the burning tree trunk in the distance was falling. The final attack of the Crystal Cluster army arrived in front of the third line of defense in Valhalla. Countless roaring flames and fireworks were rising from the purple sea. Then, a tsunami of cheers broke out behind her. In the sky, both the Tanajul and Sasaldian fleets were slowly turning around and neatly forming a battle line. The two fleets were converging. That was the last place the Crystal Cluster army could reach. Even without looking back, Andrea knew that the Twilight army was beginning to retreat. Her cloak fluttered slightly, and the broken cloth seemed to be able to brush across the entire battlefield. They were the shadows of the earth. The nightmare of the gods. But they were not without enemies. And us, Andrea said softly. She raised her head and looked into the distance, and them, we can defeat your master. What the Twilight Dragon gave you is just a dream. Victory is not far away. As she spoke, the girl slowly reached out, held her spear, and pulled it back. The Baron's corpse, which had lost all signs of life, emitted a crisp sound from his chest. His entire body slowly fell forward to the ground. His corpse slowly melted, flowing on the ground like mercury. Then, it dried up and turned into silver powder. It was swept up by a whirlwind and scattered in the wind. The No race. The Twilight race was born from magic. As long as the energy was not extinguished, they would continue to multiply. In the war of the past, they had once destroyed the kingdom of the giants. However, in this never-ending war, they also had such an old enemy. Chapter 1496. Let's rewind time a few minutes ago. On the huge battlefield surrounding the World Tree Fortress. On both sides of the Paris Valley, there was a drastic change happening on the plains. Just as the war goddesses flashing with silver light crossed the sky and cut straight into the Yenbao army led by Baron Dahl. Looking from the entire battlefield, the battle seemed to have reached its most intense moment. The purple crystal tide was surging to every section of the wall within sight of the huge fortress. In the sea of purple light shining with ominous purple light, the flags that symbolized the humans and elves of Erewhon were constantly submerged and fell. But occasionally, they would appear again. They symbolized the unyielding resistance of the Tanajul and the druids and elves in the Black Forest. The earth-shattering battle cries converged into an invisible wall, blocking the advance of the Twilight army. Just as Monica had predicted, the scales of victory on the battlefield were tilting, but not to the side of civilization. The situation was uncontrollably sliding into the worst situation. Facing the endless Crystal army, the defense line of this legendary fortress was gradually becoming precarious. The carrier of the soul of the newborn Valhalla, the expressionless girl, was observing the situation of the entire battlefield through her branches and displayed the details on the huge crystal facade in the tree hall. At the same time, she analyzed the gains and losses on the battlefield emotionlessly in her heart, and then told Monica, "How much time is left before the last defense line?" I know. Monica shouted impatiently while scratching her hair in annoyance. Although they were just bright beams of light, they did not have a physical body. She muttered and jumped down from the crystal tower, flying through the skylight of the dome of the hall. Passing through the shadow of Valhalla, there was the blue sky. The light spirit raised her head toward the sky and muttered to herself. "Don't let us down." Such a scene was reflected in her magnificent eyes. The towering canopy of the World Tree had endless green shadows that shrouded almost the entire sky. The green leaves swayed in the wind. And at some point, the huge magic circle that was forming above Valhalla had long disappeared without a trace. Where did the Sasaldian wizards go? The noble armies on both sides of the river valley no longer had the time to consider this problem. This was because the battle was gradually getting out of their control, and those who were originally participating in the battle had now become bystanders. After tasting defeat, the noble knight led a large number of their attendants back to the north bank of Welland Ferry. At this time, no one was chasing them from behind. The Tanajul army had already passed them and collided with the Crystal army on the distant plains. That was a bitter and tragic battle. Everyone looked at this scene with lingering fear. They seemed to have seen such a scene when they were children. In myths and legends, in stories and dreams, the prophecy about the fate of the world that the wet nurse told them by the bedside, the engraving on the pale poem, about the moment when the people of Martha, the civilization of the world, met the ultimate enemy of this world. Dusk of the gods. In that case, who was the enemy of whom? What was everyone fighting for in this place? Was this just a civil war in a small kingdom? Why did it become like this? Those northern knight who had experienced or were experiencing this war were the first to feel confusion and fear. The development of things was beyond their understanding. The beliefs and values they had pursued all their lives, the question of who was the rightful ruler of the kingdom, seemed to have become insignificant at this moment. However, before the northern nobles could recover from the great shock, the defeated army on the plains had already rushed over. When the Dusk army appeared, the first to become their target was actually not the Tanajal army, nor was it even the most obvious target on the battlefield, the World Tree Fortress. Instead, it was the army of the northern nobles who were closest to the portal from the beginning. For the crystal and the insects, these humans were not allies in their eyes. They did not have this concept in their consciousness. Their choice was to follow their instincts and attack these creatures of order closest to them. Or rather, it was a massacre. The sudden attack from behind and the great sense of disillusionment of being betrayed by the royal faction and Count Yenbao instantly caused the Northern Noble Alliance to collapse. This collapse caused an even wider chain reaction. On both sides of the Ord River, many noble knight who had just reorganized their army and gathered the courage to return began to turn around and flee. Looking from the entire battlefield from afar, it was as if a terrible defeat had occurred. This was indeed a complete defeat. However, not all of Erewhon's people fled. On the battlefield, another group of Erewhon's people were defending their glory. These guys really fled. Little Montolo was covered in blood and half kneeling on the ground, using the magic sword that Brando gave him to support himself on the ground as he gasped for breath. His face was full of contempt as he spat. I thought they would at least have some courage and understand who the real enemy is. This can't be entirely their fault. Roland leaned on the huge roots of Valhalla and witnessed this scene. At this time, he could not help but think of his own position. Not long ago, he actually had no right to laugh at these people. However, he did not expect that the royal faction and Count Yenbao would have such a side. And his family, his father, did they really understand all of this? They just chose the wrong people, Roland muttered. Among Erewhon's people, there is no lack of brave people. For example, you, Roland. No, I am much luckier than them, at least for now. Even though he said so, Roland's tone was still filled with great disappointment. There was nothing more depressing than watching all the hope that you worked so hard for shatter. Needless to say, from the very beginning, he had been walking on the wrong path. However, a true man would not be discouraged and give up because of this little setback. As one of the most outstanding figures of the younger generation in the southern border, Roland only recovered after a short moment of self-blame. He picked up his sword and stood up with the help of Valhalla's tree wall. No need to be emotional, little Montolo, there is not much time left. The victor between us has not been decided yet. I just killed a small crystal worm, now we are even. What? Little Montolo was shocked, the situation is already so bad? I thought we could still hold on for a while. No, you're mistaken. What I'm saying is that your count may be about to win this decisive battle. Are you crazy, Roland? Little Montolo raised his head in surprise. He could not see any signs of victory on the battlefield. But Roland shook his head. I am not crazy. In terms of talent in swordsmanship, I may not be as good as you, but in terms of foresight on the battlefield, you are still far behind, little Montolo. I don't believe it. You don't have to comfort me, little Montolo replied unconvinced. At least in this battle, I am ready to die for my country. Then you should save your life for later. Roland raised his head and stared at the sky of the battlefield. Yenbao has already lost the last chance to win. Under his gaze, the silver brilliance that symbolized the goddess of war cut into the army led by Barandal. That is Lady Andrea. Little Montolo exclaimed. But then he saw an even more incredible scene. The The specks of Sasaldian magi in the sky above the battlefield fell one after another, falling into a sea of amethysts and never rising again. What was going on? Little Montolo's eyes widened, and his mind was full of question marks. A calm voice answered his question. The silver folk are not the real people of God. The Sasaldian apprentice wizards are the same as mortals. Before they really touch the realm of truth and law, they can't use spells to stay in the air for long periods of time on the battlefield. Roland and little Montolo turned around and saw that the pair of elven sisters had appeared behind them at some point. A tiny fairy was sitting on the younger sister's shoulder, but it wasn't the light spirit that had received them in the fortress. It was a fire fairy. The magic energy that pervaded the entire battlefield disappeared, and the Sasaldian fleet withdrew their support. So these poor guys finally have a taste of their own medicine. The fire fairy, or rather, the prince of the fire elemental fairies, Lute, answered coldly. A fleet. Roland replied thoughtfully. Little Montolo was about to ask who this strange little guy was, but it was at this moment that a wave of cheers interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head subconsciously. At this moment, the two fleets that were still in the sky finally moved. As if they had a premonition, the sea of crystals on the battlefield began to stir. Under little Montolo's surprised gaze, they began to retreat wave by wave. At that moment, the young man seemed to realize something in his heart. That thought was like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, shining straight into the depths of his heart. The Sasaldians had failed. They had won the battle in the sky. The Count had once again demonstrated his ability to create miracles. The army of Dusk had lost absolute air supremacy on the battlefield at this moment. As if confirming his thoughts, the horseshoe insect army that had been circling above Valhalla Fortress suddenly flew up with a hum, welcoming the two fleets in the air. Everyone on the fortress felt the pressure suddenly lighten. The elven archers that had been fighting desperately against the enemies in the sky even fell into a daze for a moment, not knowing what to do. Fire, keep firing. Until the front-line commander shouted at the top of his lungs once again. The army of crystal clusters was slowly retreating, and the originally flickering sea of amethyst was broken. The land where the smoke had dissipated showed an ominous reddish-black color. The pitch black was the embers left behind by the explosions, and the dark red was the dried blood clots. In the distance, a few long streaks of smoke fell to the horizon, and even more floating battleships gathered into a torrent. They were like a school of sparkling fish, slowly moving towards the north. When they entered the formation one by one, the sides of the ship were exposed. The entire sky suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance. Cannons boomed above the clouds, and the light of destruction poured down like raindrops. The raindrops directly penetrated the horseshoe insect army and projected the light of death on the plains. A series of flashes lit up on the plains north of the Paris Valley. Even from miles away, the people on the city walls could still feel the tremors of the earth. However, that was just the beginning. In this era, losing the sky was equivalent to losing victory. Unless the Dusk Dragon was willing to invest more horseshoe insects here and regain the advantage of the sky through an overwhelming offensive. But under everyone's gaze, the huge black hole in the center of the battlefield was gradually weakening. Obviously, even the Dragon of Destruction described in the Pale poem was not omnipotent in the world of order created by Martha. It was not invincible. At least here, Erwin's people had obtained a true victory. All of a sudden, an even louder cheer broke out in the huge fortress. Like a tsunami, the cheers washed over everyone's soul. Prepare to counterattack. Monica, who was sitting on the skylight, was so surprised that she almost jumped up. She flew back to the hall and shouted at the expressionless girl, Valhalla. It's time for us to vent our anger. Those damn northerners. Chapter 1497. At about 3:00 in the afternoon, the haze in the sky that was swept away by the teleportation of Valhalla finally closed again. The brief sunny weather on both sides of the Parise Valley disappeared, and snow began to fall from the sky again. The two large fleets of Sarsard and Trentheim that had gathered together slowly advanced northward, but in less than half an hour, they split up again. The remnants of the Crystal Cluster army and the beetles in the sky began to flee in all directions, while the fleets also split into dozens of separate subfleets to give chase. Such a scene appeared in the lead gray sky. Against the background of the rising smoke on the horizon, the scattered fleets in the sky spread out into a huge fan shaped like scattered sharks, like a giant hand covering the entire Parise plain. Flashes of light flashed in the sky from time to time, and occasionally continuous roars came from the north, but the explosions were getting farther and farther away, and gradually became inaudible on both sides of the old river. The defeated northern nobles on the ground were not attacked from the sky, but after the battle on the ground was over, under Brando's orders, Tanajul's forces on the ground had begun to gather and take captives. Although these nobles' private armies were no longer the main opponents of ABs in this war, Brando could not let these people roam freely in the south. An unrestrained army sometimes caused more damage than bandits. Erewhon's southern border had just recovered from a few wars, and could not suffer another disaster because of his negligence. Fortunately, most people had lost the will to resist or even collapsed. These people were almost defenseless against the Tanajul's incorporation. Even if there were a few stubborn ones, the subterranean dwellers who joined the battle were enough to quickly crush all resistance. After Brando gave the order, he flew back to the sky and looked at the Parise plain after the battle. This terrible battle had almost turned the entire battlefield into scorched earth, and wherever the Crystal Army passed, strong traces of chaos magic were left behind. The battlefield was covered with blue to purple crystal clusters, which were the manifestation of chaos magic in the material world. These remnants would continue to pollute the land for the next 10 years, decaying the vegetation and causing a disease called crystallization disease. In addition to these unnatural distortions of magic, the scorched earth was the result of the destructive firepower of the two large fleets. It was inevitable to face such losses in a war in the humans' homeland, but for survival and victory, this was an inevitable choice. The black and red land, the contamination of crystals near and far, and the wreckage of a few floating battleships in the distance. The once beautiful Parise plain had disappeared, leaving behind an ugly and twisted scar. Perhaps this scar in the north of Tanajul would not heal for the next 10 years, until the contamination of the crystals disappeared, and the land was covered by green vegetation. Brando sighed, but he knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. The Twilight War was inevitable, and no one knew what kind of future awaited this world. All he could do was to do everything possible to prevent the tragedy of the stagnation realm from repeating on this land. Fortunately, there was still hope. He looked at the ruins of Maxon's city, searching for something. At the same time, he contacted Monica through the magic network of the world tree that covered both sides of the old river. Lady Light Spirit's voice was distorted in the magic network. "My lord, there's good news. I just asked the survivors from Maxon, and they said that Lady Maynard and Red Copper Dragon, Leto were fine before we launched the counterattack. However, they joined us in launching a counterattack against the noble army of Duke Grenoir's. There's no follow-up news for now." Lady Light Spirit's voice was a little distorted in the magic network, and she said in a sharp voice, "My lord, there's good news." Brendel was slightly relieved. Although he had a hunch that this would happen, he noticed that the defenses of Maxon Hill had not been completely destroyed when he first arrived. This meant that there were still people in the city organizing the defense. It was either by Jia or the Red Copper Dragon Leto. "There's another piece of news, Sir Overlord." Monica spoke up again. Well, there is someone here who wants to see you. She said she is an acquaintance of yours." "An acquaintance of mine?" Brando was stunned. There were many people in Tanajul that he was acquainted with, but there were not many of them that Monica did not know. From the Light Spirit's words, it was obvious that this was an acquaintance that she had never seen before. "Where are you?" "We are in the ruins of Maxon's city." "Can you see us?" "I see you." In fact, Brando had already seen the Light Spirit and the lady standing beside her. He could not help but be slightly startled. "Lady Irene?" Brando slowly descended from the sky. He was pleasantly surprised to see the dear demon standing beside Monica. It was Irene, who had fought side by side with him in Kelsey's mausoleum. However, she looked even weaker than before. The crystallization disease had spread to her entire right arm and back. The combination of the purple crystal and the tissue of her body looked a little terrifying. However, Irene did not seem to have been defeated by the crystallization disease. When she saw Brando, her face showed a familiar smile. "Little guy, we meet again." Monica looked at the deer-bodied banshee and then at Brendel. She blinked her eyes and felt like she had missed something. "Can you leave Sir Kelsey's mausoleum?" Brando asked, a little surprised. Irene shook her head. "No, I left Sir Kelsey's mausoleum for the same thing. I felt the aura of the Twilight Dragon behind those people. You know, it is my master's old rival." Brando certainly understood the grievances between the Darkness Dragon and the Planeswalkers of that generation and the Twilight Dragon. He nodded and said, "They are the Sasaldians. The Grey Mages of the Bugas have chosen to side with the Twilight Dragon." "I know them, little guy," Irene replied, to Brando's surprise. "I came to the surface to remind you that there is something strange about these people." "Something strange?" Brendel was taken aback and looked at her strangely. He did not quite understand what she meant by strange. "Little guy, you may not know, but before the war began, these Sasaldian Grey Mages were looking for something in the whole of Tonajal." Ah, Monica seemed to have reacted when she heard this. She quickly said loudly, "I remember now. Those annoying little rats still sneaked into our fortress, but it seems that Sir Babu has already subdued them. Do you want to see them, Sir Overlord?" "I don't think they will tell you the answer." Helene shook her head. "I've secretly captured quite a few of them. These wizards don't even know what they're looking for. They're only looking for the mana gathering point beneath Trentheim. I think what they're looking for is related to the seal I'm guarding." Brando frowned. "Madam Irene, what is the seal that Sir Kelsey and the Witch Empress are guarding?" "I don't know." Irene shook her head. "Perhaps it is something important, but my master has never revealed any information to me or that dull pendulum." Brendel only shrugged when he heard that. Irene's words made him think of something, but all in all, the clues were still a mess. He knew that 1,000 years ago, Odin and the Flame King had started to set things up in Erewhon. Martha and the Twilight Dragon had also set their sights on this place. In short, this small kingdom was now a mess. Perhaps there was something important under Tonajal. Perhaps it was the long-lost Holy Sword of Light of the 7 Sacred Swords. He might find out the truth sooner or later, but he really did not have the time to think about this problem now. At least for now, the Twilight Dragon's claw had been slapped back. Before it recovered, Tonajal was still safe for the time being. He just had to guard against the infiltration of the Sasaldian wizards. However, Brando had enough reason to believe that these annoying grey wizards would not have the leisure to do anything else soon. He raised his head and looked at the grey sky. "I owe you another favor, Madam Irene." Of course, Brando could see that this place had experienced a great battle. The stone statues of the noble army and the crisscrossing vines on top of the ruins explained everything. This was a strategic route to Fort Mintel. If Irene had not blocked the Duke of Grenoir's army here, with the little forces of Allium Japonicum and the Reto, they would not have been able to wait until Fort Valhalla came to support them. Sometimes, Brando had to admit that fate was indeed full of all kinds of coincidences. If it had not been for the chance encounter in the underground tomb, he would not have been able to rely on the Paradise of Adversity deck to defeat William, let alone the Cruz Empire and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Today, if it had not been for this deer-bodied banshee, he might have had to face the tragedy of history repeating itself in the land of Erewhon. The deer-bodied banshee showed a very chic smile on her face. "Then you have to remember the favor you owe me. How do you plan to repay me? Don't forget that you are my little lover." "Little lover?" Monica turned her little head curiously at the side, and her eyes couldn't help but widen. Brando coughed a little awkwardly. He recalled the absurd scene that happened in the tomb and said with some embarrassment, "Madam Irene, do you still remember my promise?" "I think I have found a way to solve it." Irene was slightly startled, but then her eyes lit up. "Is what you said true, little guy?" She was so excited that her voice trembled a little. Although she had experienced a life that was far longer than a human's, living in the darkness with her companions for thousands of years, such an experience made her see life and death lightly. However, if they could continue to live, no one would choose to die, right? Even if Irene knew that Brando would not joke with her about this kind of thing, when it came to it, she could not help but feel dizzy in disbelief. You really did it, little guy? Of course it's true. Seeing the deer-bodied banshee so excited, Brando could not help but feel happy for her. If there were some after-effects of using the spring of life to purify the crystallization disease, there would be no problem at all with the more powerful dragon blood pool. I really did not misjudge you, little guy. Irene's voice trembled a little. She raised her hand, held Brando's face, and murmured, "Thank you, my little lover." If it was any other time, having his face held by a lady who was almost 2 heads taller than him, Brando might feel a little embarrassed. However, he could completely understand the sincere feelings in Irene's heart. Although she kept saying that Brando was her little lover, this kind of feeling was not so much the attraction between the opposite sex, but a kind of silent affection between close relatives. It was just like the relationship between siblings. After a while, Irene calmed down, a trace of shyness flashed in her green eyes. Probably because she felt embarrassed for losing her composure, she grabbed Brando's hand and said, "Thank you, little guy. You have done so much for me. I also want to do something for you." "What? Aren't you looking for your other little lover?" "I know where she is. Come on my back, I will bring you to see her." Brando was caught off guard and hurriedly rejected, "Madam Irene, I can keep up with you. As for the second request, forget it." However, Elaine revealed a somewhat angry expression. "Little fellow, you saved my life. Don't tell me that I can't even repay you with such a small favor." "Yes, our race hates it the most when others treat them as mounts, but if it is my dearest little brother and lover, of course there is an exception." Saying that, she even winked at Brando. "Ah," Miss Light Spirit quickly shook her head and said loudly, "Monica did not see anything. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."